the quota. What do you mean they just enter to fill the quota? Because as far as I know, to first step to enter the SBP is they need to have a good grade first, and then they will go through a multiple assessment like interview or psychological test. So what do you mean by they just fill the quota? Yeah, care to explain. And the first argument that the opposition claim that um there are hidden costs that will burden the student that have that economically vulnerable. First thing first, we have a lot of funding that care for the student by multiple organization, Mara and Zakat and negeri funding. And also usually as we all know, boarding school have a foundation to fund their students that are not able to not they are vulnerable economically vulnerable. And also boarding school have a lot of alumni that are working in such a good job, so most of the time these generous alumni will give funding to all these students to care for them. So it's not a big problem. Okay, to compare to the bigger pitch to compare to the bigger picture, it was a big loss for them to let go of the chances to go to SBP to change their future just because they are having a temporary financial problem. Because it's not a problem, you can care about that. And also the opposition claim that they are maybe feeling isolated or left behind because a lot of SBP students uh, may include a lot a, a very high income of coming from high income family, right? So to me, SBP students are very a lot from different backgrounds. They have middle income, low income, and high income. So it should not be a problem for them. And usually, these intelligent and excellent students, they don't really care about your economically state, right? They just if you can perform, then the respect is earned. So my okay, so my first argument. So let's move on to my first argument. Uh, so SBP have a lot of better facility and better teacher. Why do I say this? Because it gives access towards student that come from low income or rural area a better facility. Because SBP receive a lot of funding from government and alumni. Okay, the things that they cannot access back home, they can access now, and this way it will open more chances or to explore their ability that they don't even know they have. So, for example, a better high quality of uh, facilities like basketball court, net shuttle, and so on. So, uh, and so, and in addition, they have a better teacher and places better teacher. I don't say that public high school don't have this good quality in their teacher, but a lot of high profile teacher will go to the SBP, right? So the probability is high. Probability of the teacher that high profile will go to there. Therefore, it is a crucial step to decide to go to SBP to improve their skill and discover their talents. And then my second argument that there is a quote that you are who you befriend with. So when this student that come from the rural area or that excellent student, they will keep on surrounding themselves with high performance students. So most SBP will filter the student, right? We will know with multiple assessment and so on. So when this already excellent student enter SBP, they will keep on surrounding themselves with high performance students, and this will fund your fuel to keep motivated to study and achieve higher achievement and so on. So as we all know, SBP student, excellent student, their study ethic is very good and their behavior is top notch. So they are the cream of the cream. So this way it will indirectly affect us to follow their pace and result in our continuous success in future. So that is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition to deliver their speech. The floor is yours.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Today's motion is this house would go to SBP. This house means the kid. Okay, so as my leader of opposition already said, our stand today is we would like to provide a good education without the kid becoming a financial and or emotional burden to their parents or to themselves. Okay, so a few rebuttals towards the opposition. Firstly, about the independent part, my leader of opposition already answered it, but I would like to ask more. I would like to add on to that. So, is it really intelligence or is it suppression? If you want to cry, you just keep it to yourself. So, adding on to that, vulnerable students oftenly go to their friends, and this sometimes lead to frat culture, as you can see in a lot of. Okay, if you don't know what frat culture is some sort of brotherhood, or maybe in women's school it's sororities. I can't really remember, but mostly it's not healthy. It's there is a lot of exploitation there, bullying there, and so on. Okay, and to answer the late BOP given by the opposition, how SMK ensure a good student can get a good result. It's very simple. In SMK, even though we accept all kind of student, SMK accept all kind of student. Okay, that's true, but that's why in SMK you have multiple class. You have front, the class for the smart kid, the class for the back end whatsoever. So the student that go to the front class, they get what they need to become smart, to perform in the exam whatsoever. And the student that are not so smart, they can go to a better class that focus more on understanding and help them to study better. At least become a decent student. And I think that's better. If this kid turns out to be a fraud, to be not so gifted, maybe he got his luck during UASA or whatsoever, at least he still got backup. Because at the end, if you know, certain boarding school tend to lay off or kick out the student that are not very performing, especially during Form 3, moving to Form 4. So imagine spending hundreds of thousands of ringgit in boarding school, and then in Form 4 you get kicked out. The quota system is true. You cannot deny that. Okay, so in a boarding school, not all students are actually gifted. We need to fill the gap. For example, MRSM need one batch around 1,000 students. Most SVPs like that. They take a lot of students. You cannot. It's hard to find 1,000 really gifted students. No, you need to find. You need to fill the gap with a decent student, or sometimes not very academic student, but very sport student. And that's why we say there is a chance that he is not that gifted. Okay, and they talk about financial support, zakat, whatsoever. If you ever get zakat, you will know you only get like 100, 250, and the best you could get is like 500. And that's like a 1 month spend, 1 month, 1 month spend, or 2 months spending. So instead of 5 years of studying, and you only get zakat. Okay, if you know about zakat, you only get one for a year. So that's like you have another 10 months to spend. It's not really helping. And yeah, a lot of other financial support is also like that. You only get 100. And usually if you already get zakat, you cannot get the state help whatsoever. Okay. And they also say smart students don't care about financial wrong. Your financial state, that is simply wrong. They care. Especially during teenagers, they care about what you wear. Even in university, we still care what our friend wear, what phone do they use, what car do their parents drive, how many do their parents get, whatsoever. They still care, and this will be a lot of pressure. And even if they don't care, these students don't care about financial, the student finance, still a student from a good financial background can have more resources to tuitions like MC Plus whatsoever. But a student from a poor background will not get that. He only need to focus on school. He only get that. Okay. So my first argument is the student will lose the support system. So in a boarding school, you are far away from home. You are very susceptible to culture shock. What kind of culture shock? Many kind of culture shock. So most SBP students are gifted, and they are also very privileged. They are rich. So and as I said earlier, they have access to better education. They are much more smarter, and this will lead to the actor to get imposter syndrome because they cannot get that kind of resources. And also, while all of this happened, while they have the imposter syndrome whatsoever, their parents live far away, and they are poor, so they cannot visit their son, their daughter whatsoever. So if anything happened, if they got bullied, if they got homesick, they can only call. That's all. They cannot hug their parents until a month later. Imagine that. And then you have 5 years of that plus. Okay. So that's why we think SMK is better. At least we can go to our home, eat our home cooked meal, and we have a present parent that we can talk to every day. We can hug them every day whatsoever. And yeah, to add, SBP food is very bad if you ever eat that. Okay. And my second argument is the emotional pressure. So SBP, as we all know, the schedule is very packed from 5:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. So you got class, prep, dorm, rock call. So SBP in itself is a pressure cooker to pressure this student to become an excellent student, and these students are forced to conform to the SBP mode. Okay. Also, this student will have no real social life. They only got their parents. They only got their friends in their batch usually. So in a SMK, after you return from school, you still can go to the mosque. You can still go to the park and have real friends. And to add on to that, most of SBP students, they lost connection with their friend group student, and that's why in our side we believe that the best case scenario is the kid will get good education and become with no financial or emotional burden, and that's why I think that the motion fall. Thank you.
Thank you. We now proceed with the government whip to further strengthen the government's case. Please proceed.
Look.
Good morning to all. So, firstly, I will re-emphasize our stance, which Firstly, I would re-emphasize my stance, which is this house would go SBP as it caters more aspect rather than only focus on academics. So, without further ado, I would like to move on with my first rebuttal for the first speaker of government of opposition. So they've mentioned that force of survival is not independent. Force of survival is not independent. So what do you mean by that? I think this is just on the surface, and the opposing team does not elaborate this further, because for me, you also said that they are forced to keep emotions to themselves. What do you mean by that? Because we do not mention that they have to keep their emotion to themselves. They have friends. During this phase is when they will try to make an effort to seek for friends, differentiate good friends or bad friends. So during that time, they will try to find good friends, and they will vent out all their emotions to the good friends that they need to find during that era. Also here, during that phase, that we will learn how to differentiate being friend with the good people or bad people. So I think this point is not valid for your validation. Next, you said that there are extra fee. Also, my second speaker also touched this point, but I would like to say that you've also given an example that the hidden fee in terms of uniform, maybe you're afraid that it will get stolen, so you buy extra clothes, or and etc. etc. Laundry money. Again, this is just the same goes to people who enroll in SMK. Well, to there's no one will provide money for you to buy extra school uniform if your uniform got stolen. And also for the laundry money, it's just the same goes to if you are a poor student, then the laundry money is just the same as electric bills that your parents have to pay in your home, sorry. And then you also mentioned that the cost of transportation because well, if you compare everyday transportation with once in 2 weeks, which SBP applied, I think we all know that the more beneficial in this case that will save money is the one who enrolls to SBP because you don't need um, oil money every day to back and forth sending you to and fro from school. Yeah, that's that. And also you also mentioned that protect peace of mind. So again, what do you mean by that? Protect peace of mind. Until when you want to stuck in that comfort zone and well, let's be real here. Let us open our eyes and face the harsh reality in this world. Eventually we will face all of these difficulties in our adulthood. So why not just experience it earlier? And that itself will make us develop as my first speaker mentioned earlier, our emotional intelligence will be developed and we know how to cater our stress, our emotions, and this will make us increase in our survival skill also that have been mentioned by my first speaker. So in here, if they um if they are comfortable since they are adolescents, then when will they develop their own identity and enhance their survival skills, both in terms of physicals and emotions? And then, okay, here I am going to give an example or scenario just to illustrate my point better. A student, maybe you said that there is an imposter syndrome. Okay, so the student feel isolated at the SBP. Okay, so maybe she find him or her hard to be friend with. So here we need to keep in mind that SBP schools in SBP boarding school they spend more time with their friends than family. So it they will depends on their friend as I've already mentioned earlier that they will try to find a good friend so they will depend on that friend and now it is the time to for them to okay maybe they said that they are hard to be friend with this is the time for them to reflect on their self and find what is wrong with them they need to of course not all of us are good person initially so here during this phase that they reflect to themselves and know what mistakes they did and try to improve their self. If we are let us compare to students that do not enroll in boarding school, family they know their children well, so they will accept their child as the child is because if we want to compare a student behave with friends and the students how they behave with family is different. So how the students behave with friends will the friends will what something is not right with this kid. This kid maybe do not have a good communication skills and so on. Um, and then also I would like to state my rebuttal for the second speaker. Less support system. You mentioned that they have less support system. So at the boarding school, as I've already mentioned earlier as well, independent. So growing up, we will eventually realize that we have no parents to depend on because yes, this is us only alone in this world. We apply on early maybe we will develop early adulthood and what so on. Okay, and I will again re-emphasize my motion. This house will go SVP as it caters more aspects rather than only focuses on academics. Thank you.
Thank you, Government Whip. Finally, I invite the opposition whip to conclude the to conclude the opposition case. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is about that this house would go to SBP, which is the kid is the actor here. Okay. So my first rebuttal is that the government side say that SBP have better quality, better teachers in their field. Okay, so actually teachers at SBP is actually the same, but apparently because we have the skeptical that SBP student is the gifted one, so most of the teachers teach them like to be teach them in genius way rather than they explain to them one by one to everyone. So if we can see here in our point of view that the actor is what is that he or she is not a very smart student, so he or she will left behind. Okay, that's one. And then second, uh the government speaker said that in SBP you can find the good friend rather than and finding a good friend in that crowd. But it goes to SMK as well because if you say that only in SBP there is only bad friend and good friend, SMK also have the same. So the environment is the argument is unarguable. Okay. And then she said that there is less support system in there's our point say that we have less support system if we go to SBP. And then the government said that that's the function of independent emotion in for in independent emotion in boarding school, so that they face the problem early. But the story here is that uh, this is a child we're talking about. So if you say that the what the point of childhood? That's what's point of childhood if we not if we if we need to face the problem of adulthood, right? Again, because also we have parents right now, so better we spend our time with our parents right now in our childhood. That's the function of parents. Okay, for my other rebuttal, that the government also said that the learn adulthood in early age. This is actually a false adulthood because if we go to SMK, they can learn the adulthood uh, healthy with their parents rather than they figure it out everything themselves. Okay, so I want
Feel
the
I.
the clash I would like to point out here also that the government said that there is a better facility in SBP, but if you want to compare better facility rather than the environment of SBP itself, which is a catastrophic flaw of SBP itself, because we know that they have bullies, culture shock, like you know that sometimes there also like case like involving gay and lesbian while you there, so it can be also affected the academic because you are apparently exposed to them in one environment. Okay, this also the student we talking about here is suffer with elitism, inability to afford unseen cost of boarding life, especially they are away from their parents. Okay, so for our best case scenario here is that staying at local school, which is SMK, is the smartest move because the student is close to home. They have their family emotional supports, which keep them confident and focused. So they don't think much about their like he said because the actor is from low income family, so rather than they need to study, they think about money more rather than the education itself. Okay, so uh, being a top student in a familiar place
they get more attention from parents and better chance to lead. This path guarantee that success without the risk of burning out or feeling lonely. So for our worst case scenario, if our motion uh if our motion not is if our side lose, moving to SBP doesn't really pay off the huge risk of it, because even though that the school have better lab or building and the students feel like uh, that there is surrounding by much more higher income family, the students with low income especially will always feel like an outsider rather than they feel together. Without their family nearby, the pressure becomes too much and their grade starts to drop. So that's the purpose of the SBP itself, which is academic excellence. Okay, so if they fail or get overwhelmed, they are stuck on safety net. It proved that prestige of school isn't worth of the chance of losing their mental health or for academic future. Okay, so let's the motion fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Opposition Whip. Honorable members of the House, now both the government and opposition are being given 1 minute to prepare their reply speech.
Thank you to the opposition lead for the speech. The speaker spoke for 6 minutes. And berapa second sih? Pantai 50 second. 47 seconds. Now both the government and opposition are being given 1 minute to prepare for their reply speech.
The time is up. I call upon the speaker from the opposition side to deliver their reply speech. Here.
The motion, this house as the kid will go to SBP. So throughout this debate, I think we have go back and forth very clearly, and we have quite difference from this debate. So I could say that throughout this debate, the government side only focus on academics, and they simply undermine any sort of other problem. They simply abandon the stakeholders, which is the kid, the stakeholders need. They say, it's okay, they don't need emotional support. They need to face adulthood early whatsoever, and it's okay. Then we would forget about the financial burden because they would get financial support from, I don't know, maybe zakat will give them money, maybe, because not all kids get that. So, and this is why I think in our side we provide and we cater towards the stakeholder better than the government did. So in our side we think about the stakeholders' need. Do they get education in SMK? In SMK, yes. In SMK, if you are smart, you still can go to the front class, to the smart class. And do we care about their emotional need? Yes. They can go to their parents, they can eat a home-cooked meal with their parents, they can hug and talk with their parents every day. Do we care about the financial need? Yes, we care about the financial needs. They do not need to pay a hidden cost of beige t-shirt, batik shirts, outing, corporate shirt, whatsoever. There's a lot of money in SBP. So, and that's why I think the government side forget that nowhere in the state in the motion state that this kid is gifted. No, it's only said they get the offer. There's no guarantee that this kid is gifted. Maybe they're just filling the quota. And I think the government side forget that this kid is poor. They are not rich. They are very left behind from their peers. So also the government side didn't provide to us any sort of worst case of best case scenario. In our side, we do give that. We say that in our side, if the motion, if our side win, this kid will get a good education, and they will not become a financial burden or emotional burden. They will not get financial or emotional burden to themselves and to their parents. In our side also, we said that the worst case scenario, the worst thing that could happen if our side lose, if the motion stand and our side lose, we are risking the kids for burning. We are risking to burning out the kid. And imagine you spend 5 years, you spend 3 years in SBP, spending a lot of money there, but end up burning out. Some kid even kill. Some kid even off themselves. So imagine all of that gone. Imagine they get kicked out of this, as I mentioned earlier, imagine if they get kicked out of the school, all of that resources gone. So I think it's better and it's safer. In our side, we think it's safer and better for the parent, for the kids to choose to go to SMK, live close to their parents, not become a financial burden to the parents, and still get a good education. Because in our side, we already mentioned that they will if they go to SBP, they will face a financial gate, they will have a lot less support system, and they will face a huge emotional pressure. And in the government side, they only said, yeah, the kid will be independent, the kid will get financial support from zakat, the kid will, and the only thing they care about is because SBP has better teachers and they will get a better academic, and that's the only thing they care, and that's why I think the motion fall. Let the motion fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to conclude, let's welcome the speaker from the government side to give their reply speech. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So
The microphone.
here I stand again as the first speaker of the government team to give the reply speech. So first of all, I would like to emphasize our stance, which is the House would go to SBP as it caters more aspect rather than only focus on academics. So we conclude this because our points actually to cater more aspect rather than only focus in academics. So we cover in bigger picture here because which is more than about more about academics, such as in sports, in their extracurricular activities, or even in competitions that they join and clubs during co-curriculum. So compared to your stance that just talk about financial, there are many many solvent for your stance. For example, just now you stated mostly about financial. You said that SBP has more financial problem because the limitation in zakat and so on. But the school itself has financial system that can control the students' financial problem, financial activities. For example, they have RMT, they have donation for asnaf, and when they join activities and they win, they can get money from it. So that actually explained to our point, which about problem solving, and for our stance that said that we cater more aspect rather than just focus on the academic. So we also like, secondly, we would also like to give weakness of our opponent team, which said that that answer for our burden of point. They said that they can go to separate class system, but you just mention the solution, but you don't actually mention how you execute this action. How by just looking at their exams, or which means only exam and not how you going to execute it. So lastly, all in all, I would like to conclude our points, which are to train the student to become more independent. The SVP has better and more facilities compared to SMK, and they are surrounded with high achiever people, so this can push them to catch up with their space and study, and eventually success in their future. Thank you. That's all from the government team.
Yeah. Thank you to both sides. Now, 10 minutes will be given to our educator to prepare the feedback for all debaters.
Seminit 10:16. Thank you to the government side for giving the reply speech. That is all for this final round debate session. On behalf of the House, I thank the educators for their assistance, and I congratulate all the debaters on their performance. Debaters, you may now stay at the main hall while waiting for the adjudicators to announce the verdict. That is all for me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum and have a good day.
Ini yang tunggu 10 minit tu ke?
Sekejap seorang ni.
Haa. Saya nak cakap kalau executive dah prepare, boleh cakap ditulis.
Okay.
Window dengan print screen.
Ada prescription sekejap.
Kita tahu.
Window
Saya tengah blank ah.
dengan print screen. So, I think that's
Oh,
that's it.
Oh. Astagfirullahaladzim, diorang ni. Oh, tadi dah kot?
Dah.
Ya, orang tahu tak judge ada dekat dalam ni. Tunggu.
Session ambil masa lebih tak apa kan?
Dan nanti kita check je.
No.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Am I audible?
Waalaikumsalam.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, before I begin, just a very quick question. Who here is actually from SVP? Just wanted to know. Among the debaters, who here is who came from an SVP? One person only.
Just nak cakap.
Okay, one person only. Alright, just curious. Is government there? Is the government around? I don't see. Government is here.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, great. Okay, so okay, good debate, everyone. So I think the way I will structure my feedback is, so number one, I will just give a bit of an overall view of the debate, what I saw, what I felt, and I think what generally can be improved for both teams. Then afterwards, I will give the verdict and explain to hear to the team why, into the room lah, why the oh, okay, great, very good. Yeah, I know why this team, why each team, why the team won lah, right? Do I have to give a best speaker? Do I have to give chairperson? Do I have to give a best speaker? Yes, you want lah. Okay, fine. Okay, right. So I think firstly, my first feedback is I think like both teams needed to realize that this was an actor motion, right? So if you're not familiar with actor motion, is that you have to take the point of view as an actor, as an individual who's going through a certain situation, you know. So you are the person who wants to take the next action, for example, right? So in this case, you need to imagine yourself as a kid who wants to do whether or not he wants to go to SBP or just stay in a regular SMK, right? That is the mindset that everyone should have going through this debate, right? Because once you have that mindset in place, then your then the general sort of argument mindset, all those things will come into place, right? So I think a lot of the time, I think it was like throughout the debate, there are some aspects where I think like the argument, the analysis, they weren't necessarily catered to having this mindset of like being a kid who's considering to go to SVP or SMK, given that, you know, the background is like, oh, the background is very low income, that kind of thing, right? That's number one. So I think like even if in certain motions the wording isn't clearly in the motion, like for example, this house as a kid will go to SVP, right? But you know, I think like in this kind of scenario, you have to sort of assume that this is an actor motion, where you have to be in the shoes of the stakeholder in mind, right? Number one. Number two, I feel that there needs to be more illustration and characterization of the specific things being discussed. I.e., in this debate, there needs to be more discussion about what is SVP, what does SVP look like, and then, you know, how does SVP impact the kid, right? And also, like, you know, same thing for SMK, like, you know, what does an SMK look like generally, and how is it helpful for the kid, right? You know, the structure, the environment, and what makes each of them good and bad, right? Because I think like a lot of the times, I think a lot of the argument analysis, you know, sort of assumes, sort of assume SVP is good, sort of assume SMK is bad, right? But I think I need to hear more analysis as to why these two schools, analysis of how each of these schools can really benefit or harm the individual kid, right? Because you have to imagine yourself as a kid who's coming from a low income family, and then that kid has to consider like going out of his like negeri or whatever to go to a faraway boarding school, SVP. So yes, so I think that's also a very important thing to consider lah, right? So I think that is my general view of the debate, right? So I will give the verdict and I will explain why the verdict is such. So my verdict in this debate goes to opposition, right? For a few reasons. Number one, I do felt that, you know, opposition did more work in terms of characterizing life in SMK and life in SVP, right? I think if the government wasn't in SVP, maybe that's a sort of unfortunate thing to do, like where you don't have any context of the things that goes on, right? But I think like But also, I think there needs to be a bit more analysis of why SBP specifically is good or bad. Because I think like a lot of the analysis that you gave in government was very generic to boarding school. So it's like if I change to any like SMKA yang ada boarding school, or if I change to any like MRSM, your argument still applies. So it's not really why should I go to SBP kind of case, but it's more of like why should I go to boarding school kind of thing, right? I think that the part about the teachers is SBP specific characterization, but I think there needs to be more analysis to it lah. Like for example, like the life in SBP. Like I come from an SBP, so I think like in a way I can know, like I can relate lah. I can see that what is the you know uh, I sort of relate. I can understand lah, right? So you need to make sure that your analysis is SBP specific rather than body school. So you can run something like SBPs have a lot of programs within the SBP system. Like they go to each other's schools to learn like I forgot the names, but it's like you learn chemistry with other teachers from other SBPs, for example. Helping you to become smarter in your chemistry, for example. You go to you have like inter SBP competitions where you can build your relationships, get your networking, right? Like when you go out to university, when you go out to working life, you will meet. Hey, I saw you at this tournament when I was in SBP last time, right? So I think there needs to be a lot more work by government to explain what does SBP life looks like. But also I think there needs to be a bit more emphasis of like what SMK life looks like. What I mean by this is that it cannot be generally said that SMK is just not as great as SBP, right? There needs to be an explanation of like, SMK, the funding is very low, right? Because it's not public funding school, and oftentimes the teachers would have to sort of oftentimes choose to do this program or that program, meaning that a lot of students will be left out, number one. Or you can also talk about how SMKs usually have very large teacher to student ratios, meaning that in SBP maybe the maximum is like 25, right? But in SMK the maximum is 40 kids per class. So if the kid wants to succeed, the teacher cannot necessarily give the kid a proper attention because there's so many kids in one class for the teacher to give attention to, right? So I think that these are the kind of analysis, illustration, characterization that I need to hear more coming from government, right? And I think like in opposition, you did manage to give me like enough characterization, enough illustration of why SBP is bad, right? And then why SMK is it's more preferred. Like I'm not saying that you're saying SMK is better, right? But I'm just saying that SMK is more preferred due to circumstances, right? So I think like the way that you explain, linking it back to the background of the student really helps to sort of ground your case, make your case much more basically menjawab the motion lah, right? So that's the first reason. The second thing I want to reason why I think I will give the win to opposition was the correct identification of priorities for the kids, right? So because we know that so we are talking about us being as a kid, as a child, to go to SVP to SMK, then the priorities needs to be discussed. The mindset, the thought process needs to be analyzed, right? So I think this is where I think opposition did better than government, where they told us that because when you're a student, especially when you're coming from a low income family, money becomes an important part of your life, in the sense of like not just your life, but also the way you think, the way you perceive life, that sort of thing. So for example, like if you go to an SBP, you're surrounded by elite kids, for example, then you like it or not, you will be Mercedes lah and all that, right? But even so, you see all these kids bawa makanan yang not just the normal jajan chubis, but like I don't know lah, bring Ferrero Rocher every weekend contohnya, right? So like the difference in that the impact that the kids have to see, like there are other kids have much better resources, much better things, it's quite damaging to the kids socially and mentally lah, right? And I think another thing also, like the characterization of the hidden cost, I think was very important in this debate, to establish that the cost isn't just the actual learning itself, but also like a lot of ISP is quite an expensive place to learn. I agree. I agree, right? So I think like maybe from all what you need to do was then just I think aside from highlighting the ways that SVPs and the system can support the kids financially, I think you can also explain to. So I think like in terms of priorities, right, you need to show that why all of this cost is worth it. You know what I mean? So you need to show that okay, the kid don't care that you get to have need to buy all these like barang-barang, bajus and whatnot. But you need to say that because of the SVP system, because of the things that they will benefit from, because of all the because of the things that they will experience, this will be very important in their future life, right? So even if they fail in their academic, right, at the very least they have like a good network of friends, like people from MCKK, people from like from like STARS, SPF, TKC. Then when they go out to when they get successful, they're like, I met you before last time, like like if you're not in the SVP system or like MRSM system, you will know that there's a lot of connections being passed around lah. So like it's very, and then it's also a thing that you can relate with each other lah. So it's very good actually. So because of that, it's very important for this kid to meet these new people, build that environment so that in the future they have networking, they have experience, they know how to connect with rich people, they know how to interact with like all these things. So I think like the priorities of the kids really need to be analyzed, and then like how does going to SBP aligns with the priority of the kid. So far, am I making sense? Am I speaking too fast? I don't know. Are you okay? Okay. I have one more thing, right? I have one more thing. So I think last thing why I felt op one was that I think like I said before, like it's like they managed to prove that white SMK is better for kids at the moment. So I think like this was an important thing, like to show why SCP is better, why SMK is better. Like I think like op managed to sort of how do I say, managed to pull me to SMK from a social standpoint in terms of like socially, how can the kid is better, right? I think like the academic argument was very 50-50 in the sense like it was sort of a deadlock in the sense of like, SMK is good because of teachers or facilities, but then SMK is better because because the class system caters to your individual skills. For example, like if you're a top student, you go to your top class, then you go to your bottom class, you will learn in the bottom class, and then the teacher will act accordingly. Whilst there's a back and forth a bit loud, so which I thought that wasn't it's quite hard to decipher. But so then the social aspect of it managed to pull me onto opposition side, where they proved to me that it's better that you stay studying in a space where it's comfortable for you, where it's easier for you, where you can be grow as a person very slowly, very like comfortably, rather than you just jump out in a very like chaotic place, right? So I think like in that sense, I think Hawk managed to bring me forward, bring me to the case basically to show why SAK is better for kids, right? Being after like after analyzing and after establishing the priority for the kid, right? So yeah, those are the three reasons why I gave up the win. Who's the best speaker? I still don't know. I still don't know yet. I have to get back to you. So I see. So the best speaker is yeah. So my best speaker goes to leader of opposition. Even though I acknowledge you are under time, but I do felt that your speech really set the stage for the case, and then did a lot of things to help build the foundation for your team lah. So yeah, the best speaker to LO. Right, I think I'm done. Do you have any questions? It's time for questions too.
I'm sorry, did you mention the winner already?
Oh, opposition.
Opposition.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Yep, that's all. I mean, I'm open if you have any questions.
Is there any question you want to ask? Okay. That is all for this first round debate session. On behalf of the House, I thank Mr. Ahmad Amiruddin for his assistance, and I congratulate all the debaters on their performance. Honorable members of the House, may I kindly ask all participants and educators to switch on your cameras for a minute, as we would like to take a screenshot.
Sudah tak?
Dah lah. Sekejap ya. Okay. Mana semua orang? Right. 1, 2, 3.
Dah. Sekejap.
Sekejap. Sekejap ya semua. Nak. One, two, three. Okay. That is all from me. Thank you and have a good day, everyone.
Ajas kita dah seorang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Tapi Ajas kena isi markah.
Sebab nak kena bagi tolong dulu. Rasanya
Tak cakap apa?
isi markah ke sekejap.
Ajas kena isi markah. Kau tak ikut keluar?
Tak apalah.
Dah, saya dah keluar.
Aduh, sakit.
Rasa macam tengah isi.
Apa yang nama ni? Gathering.
Lah. 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 Government mana?
Oh ya. Ni yang dia dah tahu.
Hah?
Yang dia dah tahu sekarang.
Dah, dia dah tahu dah.
Oh ya.
Tak, nak ambil gambar?
Ambil gambar. Kata suruh kat dia.
Nak tanya, margin ni memang 21. Apa yang 21?
Dua juri suka siapa yang menang tu menang. Satu juri lembah macam mana.
Kalau satu juri, satu je. Tak payah buat apa macam satu-satu ke?
Margin one.
Satu je. Tak payah buat sengkang.
Tak payah sebut margin.
Tak payah sebut. Tak payah tulis
Semalam ada majlis perasmian. Semalam pidato. Oh, pidato.
Aduh, sakitnya. Tu je.
Sebab dia
Salah.
Dia cakap warna sendiri.
Nak tumpah. Okay. Okay, bye.
Okay, buat semua. 1, 2, 3.
saya nak buat?
Siapa nama?
Ya.
Dah boleh
Kau boleh macam tu.
Oh tak, N ni
boleh kan? Asal dia tak ada.
Okay.
Kira 6 minit start sini.
Dalam seminit 3-2 lah. Apa yang dalam seminit? Tak faham.
Dalam seminit stop stream.
Okay.
Kok macam aku.
Alhamdulillah. Gambar.
Tak ada orang.
Masuk sini. Transition tak?
Sini. Afternoon kan?
Dah tukar second round.
Ha?
Second round dah tulis dah.
Tak boleh tu.
Nama Hakim?
Dah. The Vice Chancellor's Debate Cup Championship 2026 switches rules. I would like to reiterate that this motion is this House consolidatation with citizen assemblies as opposed to make the representative for legislative decision. I'm Anis Debat and I will be the speaker and the timekeeper for this one. Now, I'll state the rule and order for this championship. Each debater will have 7 minutes to deliver his or her speech. The bell will ring once to indicate the first minute has ended. And points of information will be given. The bell will ring once after the 6-minute mark and will ring twice at the end of the 7-minute speech. I would like to remind the members that they may only raise points of information in the constructive speech and only after the first minute and before the last minute of speech. You may unmute your mic to state your request for points of information. Okay, now I introduce the members for the everyone. I am pleased to welcome you all to the second round of the Vice Chancellor's Debate Cup Championship 2026 University Science Islam Malaysia. Allow me to reiterate that today's motion as this House prefers solicitation with citizen assemblies as opposed to elected representative for legislative decision making. I'm Anisafi and I will be the speaker and the timekeeper for this room. Now, I'll state the rule and order for this championship. Each debater will have 7 minutes to deliver his or her speech. The bell will ring once to indicate the first minute has ended and points of information may be given. There will remain after 6 minutes mark your time times at the end of the 7 minutes speech. I would like to remind the members of the floor they may only response of information in the constructive speech and only after the first minute and before the last minute of speech. You may unmute your mic to state your request for points of information. Okay, now let me introduce our members for today. From the government side, we have joining us today as our adjudicator is Mr. Abdullah Saudi Fatimi. Okay, with that, I call upon the Prime Minister to deliver his or her speech. Here.
Bagus.
Jangan dong. Ada hakim komplain. Tu background lupa. Sama saja. Itu tak mic tak?
Apa?
Untuk apa?
Tak ada siapa masuk pun.
Awak kalau diorang masuk 45 tu, dia besar dulu, tak payah buat break.
Nak macam mana? Betul ke apa? Sekejap ni.
Jangan kacau saya. Jangan lupa kira tau apa dia cakap.
Jadi kau tu jangan terus cakap. Dengar berapa second.
Buat lah ni, timer.
Tak payah sini je. Tak payah kira.
Yakin?
Congak je.
Buatlah lambat. And now invite the Deputy Prime Minister to deliver their speech. Please proceed. We now proceed with the government to further strengthen the government schemes.
Dekat, cuba tengok dekat ni. Cuba tengok tu.
Dah. Saya tak. Cuba pergi kucing. Kita try ni. jadi kita seorang.
okey tak? Kamu sibuk sangat.
Cuba. Sebab saya pakai ni, kalau yang tak pakai.
Oh, takut ni nak.
Okey cukup. Kalau dengan kat situ okey eh?
Okey.
Saya pakai ni okey. Baru orang masuk.
Tak ada asing sangat.
Okey.
Okey macam ni.
Dah ada orang masuk. Nak kunci. Nak proceed with the government to further strengthen the government structures. Please proceed. Candidate invite the opposition to conclude the opposition case. Flores. Boleh sikit. Boleh sikit.
Takut lagi. Rasa okey lah.
Tapi kalau kita buat semua kita buat kita boleh pada sana.
Oh,
Kita boleh kempa.
betul.
Orang kuat kan. Semua kita buat sama je. Sama je. Semua kita ambil sama je.
Ni okey lah.
Okey je lah ni.
Syukur.
Kalau ada selalu tak boleh lah. Kena ikut dia.
Ya weh.
Cuba dengar.
Dah ada masuk lah. Kalau dah ada masuk terus minta
Okey, dah boleh letak kan?
Minta nama.
dia nak rame dengan dia punya position.
Cepat.
Saya cakap lah. Oh, partisi.
Okey tak?
Tapi baru tu.
Ini baik.
Baru seorang. Ha.
Tak je.
Baru seorang.
Susah ni kan? Tapi okey kan?
Tunggu jap. Ke?
Minta je dia nama. Sebab aku tu orang atas yang dia keep the time cakap dia part tu kena start. Kita baru macam nak tanya nama semua.
Okey.
Bukan kita lah maksudnya.
Dia pun yang berbuat.
Ada orang.
Dia lah berbuat. Kita kena slow kan.
Alah, Wan tahu. Dia tak cakap. Susahnya dia punya ni. Rebattles. Wasn't there rebuttal and arguments? The floor is yours. Kalau orang baru masuk pun dia mesti boleh send dia punya message. Mana mereka?
Answer. Nanti aku tulis masuk kat sini. Contoh
Boleh kat mana? tulis nama sekali pun.
Nama.
Aku nak terpencing dulu. Lihat. Ada yang tulis ni. Tak ada lagi. Saya kena cakap. Tapi baru seorang. Okey dah.
Ada orang tu.
Saya cakap
All attention to the all participants.
Please write your name and your position in the chat chat box. Attention to all participants. Please write your name and your position in the chat box. Thank you. Dah 4 orang lah.
Boleh tak sidang cepat panggilkan kawan dia. Dan cakap 12.45 kita nak start.
Dah 8 orang. Sekali yang kita.
Hakim dah ada.
Dah. 1,
Sekali kita makan lah.
2,
Sekali maksudnya
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Baru 4 orang. Please call.
Makan. Please. Please apa?
Call your teammate.
Iskan nama dengan role.
Kita nak panggil
dia
orang.
orang secepat.
Ke biar je.
Orang cepat macam
So,
yang 4 tu satu fakulti ke beza-beza?
dia tak tulis.
Dia tak tulis.
Tak tukar nama lah.
Cuba kau cakap. Minta wakil. Tanya ada kita apa ni sekarang? Fakulti apa?
Kita cakap. Ada
Fakulti ni kan.
Sidang 1.
FST, FPQS.
FST, FPQS.
FPQSA.
FPQSA dengan FST. Cakap.
FST siapa? Opponent. Government.
Oh, dah ada dah.
FST.
Ada dalam namanya.
Dah ada nama.
Oh, nama tak ada.
Opposition FPQSA. Dia tak tulis ni.
Tak lagi. Ni ada.
Ni LU ni apa?
Opposition.
Leader of Opposition. Sekejap. Leader of Opposition.
Cakap dekat dalam group KDP tu.
Leader of Opposition. Leader of Opposition.
Nak tulis position sekali ya?
Apa nama Leader of Opposition tu?
Umi orang. Amarizon.
Amarizon apa?
Dia punya deputy leader.
Deputy leader.
Deputy leader opposition.
Oh, Umi Mistura tu Leader of Opposition.
Leader. Ibnu Hassan.
Jap. Kalau deputy siapa?
Amarizon.
Amar. Lepas tu?
Ibnu Hassan.
Ibn Hassan siapa?
Opposition week.
Ibn Hassan. Government tak tulis lagi kan?
PSB kan. Si apa tu logo.
Is there any? Is there any? Is there any governments?
Terus kau apa? Terus kat mana lah. Kita nak start kau apa ni?
Ni dah ada semua belum?
Government
Dia tak tulis lagi.
Government ada dalam ni?
tak ada, dah ada ke? Dia tak tulis lagi. Tapi kat sini orang tak tulis nama.
Saya tak tahu sebab dia orang tak buka. Okey ni. Government tolong tulis. Fatin.
Dah cakap dah?
Sudah cakap tadi. Cakap tadi sana. All participants, please write your name and your position in the chat box. Thank you. Cepat Fatin.
Berapa nak start? Sini 12 kat 16.
Siapa nak tak tahu?
Pukul 11 bagi dia orang makan.
11.
Pukul 12.50. Boleh?
Hakim dah masuk kan?
Hakim
Dah
dah
masuk.
Dah masuk boleh je.
Ustaz. Cepat.
Please write.
Is there any volunteer from the government side?
Tanda.
Is there any volunteer from the government side to write your name and your position? Please. Okay. Nak kunci. Tengah tulis.
Tengah tulis. Nampak tak tengah tulis?
Tengah, dia tengah ni. Cepatlah. Saya terkencing. Kita ke? Okay. Siapa? Prime Minister?
Prime Minister Amni.
Amni. Deputy?
Deputy.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Adam.
Adam. Government Whip
Fatin.
Fatin.
Dah.
Dah. Saya boleh start lah?
Boleh. Kalau semua dah ada.
Okay. Dah eh?
Dah.
Dah start stream?
Dah? Dah eh? Semua dah ada ke? Memang 11 orang kan?
Tanya. Tanya je, dah ada belum semua?
Nak cakap apa?
Can we start now?
Can we start now? Dia tak dengar.
All the members.
Apa?
Semua member dah ada.
Macam nak cakap?
All the members are here.
Bukan. Are all the members here?
Here.
Dah ke? Start je? Good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to welcome you all to the second round of the Vice Chancellor's Debate Cup Championship 2026, University Science Islam Malaysia. Allow me to reiterate that today's motion is this House prefers sortition-based citizen assemblies as opposed to elected representative for legislative decision making. I'm Anis Sofia and I will be the speaker and the timekeeper for this room. Now, I'll state the rule and order for this championship. Each debater will have 7 minutes to deliver his or her speech. The bell will ring once to indicate the first minute has ended and points of information may be given. The bell will ring once after the 6-minute mark and will ring twice at the end of the 7-minute speech. I would like to remind the members of the floor they may only raise points of information in the constructive speech and only after the first minute and before the last minute of speech. You may unmute your mic to state your request for points of information. Okay, now let me introduce our members for today. From the government side, we have Ami as the Prime Minister. From the opposition side, we have Umi Mastura as the leader of opposition. Next, representing the government, Adam as the Deputy Prime Minister. And from the opposition, Amar as the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Lastly, from the government side, Fatin as the government whip. And from the opposition side, Ibn Hassan as the opposition whip. Joining us today as our adjudicator is Mr. Abdullah Saud Fatmi. Okay, with that, I call upon the Prime Minister to deliver his or her speech. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motion given is this House prefers sortition-based citizen assembly as opposed to elected representative for legislative decision making. So, the definition, before we move into the debate, allow me to define what is sortition, elected representative, citizen assemblies, and legislative making. So, sortition is selecting individual randomly through a lottery system similar to the jury selection. An elected representative is individual chosen through election. Citizen assemblies is the group of citizens that are selected by sortition, and it is commonly used by government to gather public opinion. And legislative making is decision process where the elected bodies can create or amend or repeal laws. So, so the motion means that the power to make laws should move from citizen assemblies rather than citizen assemblies, which is group of people to sortition rather than elected representative. So the status quo right now is that currently politician is the lawmaker and usually they have their own objective. And the stakeholder that will be affected by this motion are, which is the citizen, of course, and the country. So I would like to ask the opposition to prove that how elected representative is susceptible to corruption. My first point is politicians are bound to corruption. So, why politician is bound to corruption? Because first, only people with money can get elected and can win an election. So this creates a class where the person who doesn't understand what life is like for a normal person, since they have a lot of money. So, the second is next, since for politician the money to create to run the office is really expensive. So they need to pay for campaigns or like or have like donations from big companies that's in their favor. So that is corruption because big companies will fund them to make laws that are favorable to big companies instead of what is favorable to the citizens or the community.
Can I interrupt?
No. So the real decision is the real decision will happen. The real decision is decision of the law will what is favorable to the big companies, which is in the where they make the meetings, instead of like what is favorable to the public. So the politician will do what maybe their party leaders or like their the one who fund them, just so they can keep their job as a representative, elected representative. So they are driven by power and not by what is the best. So because these systems will reward people that want to be important rather than people that want to help the public. So This will sometimes politicians also will create maybe um, they will create dramas or like fake scenario just to get votes from public. So this will distract us as a citizen who choose them, who vote for them, to pick fights that fight pick. So we vote people that creates more drama because maybe it seems like they are the one who better rather than the one that rather than people that are willing to solve our problem correctly. So that's all from me. Yeah.
Thank you.
5 second. 5 minute. 5 minute.
Tulis lah. Sekejap ya. Thank you to the Prime Minister. The speaker spoke for 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Next, I invite the Leader of Opposition to present their rebuttal and arguments. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Very good morning. Good afternoon to everyone in House of Government and my fellow opponent. So, as stated by the government side, how selected representative bound to corrupt? I believe this house is on the government side, which means you as a government has the responsibility to answer that question because the politician is on your side. So you are the one who need to prove to us that the representatives are not going to corrupt by doing the decision making. So let me explain why we as an opposition against this motion. So as the leader of opposition, I would like to say that the certification-based citizen assemblies refer to legislative bodies formed through random selection of ordinary citizens, which means it is similar to a lottery system. So these citizens would deliberate and influence national policymaking instead of relying primarily on elected representatives chosen through election. So on our side, we do believe that while citizen assemblies may be useful, but as advisory platform, they should never replace elected representatives in legislative decision making. So I would like to ask the government side, you are going to replace or you're going to extend, which means you're going to do this simultaneously, which means there is democracy and there's certification best citizen, or you're going to ban or like replace it formally and 100%. So that is my question to the government. And because I do believe that governing a country is not merely about having opinion, because it requires expertise, accountability, and consistency to the long-term political responsibility, which is it is your job as a government to take the responsibility on this case. So the lack of expertise and preparedness because you randomly selected citizens who may be intelligent individuals. But intelligence alone does not equal to policy making, which is it is your major field to do the policy making, the political issue. So I'm going to say to you, a doctor is not going to be randomly chosen on the street because it is not their field. If you are pro in the medical field, then you are supposed and you're bound to be a doctor. And if you are pro in the policy making, which is you are the politician who are selected by the citizen, you have the power to choose and to do the policy making. So citizen, even though they have freedom of speech or they can make a certification-based citizen decision making, but a citizen with no political training or legislative experience, I would say that is deadly dangerous for the government to oppose this motion. So even in countries like Ireland and France, like what have we been stated, those countries' citizen assemblies are mainly to advisory, not replacement or elected parliament. So a national cannot gamble its law on the political randomness. So we are doing it like without a firm proof. So I would like the government to state that is this decision going to bring our country to modernness or to corruption? So I would like to state one more time, we are against this motion. So the next one is the weak democratic accountability. So okay, you said that you're going to be elected the representative to this decision making. So if those elected representatives are accountable to the citizen, to the people, if the politician fail, us as a citizen can criticize, can remove them through elections, because that is what we call as democracy. But sortition remove this accountability, because if you randomly elected citizens, they are not elected through public trust or political mandate. If they make harmful decisions, who will take responsibilities? The government? Of course not. Okay, so a citizen assembly member can simply leave after making a disastrous decision, without facing electoral consequences. So, a power without accountability is not a democracy, but it is a political irresponsibility. So, I would like to say that the government should never let the citizen do the decision making, because ordinary citizens may be more emotionally vulnerable to media influence, misinformation, and manipulation by powerful groups. So, unlike the trained legislator who operate within political decision making and institutional system. So, by randomly selected citizens may lack the experience needed to detect the political agendas. So, I would like to ask the government again, if you do the randomly selected citizens, can you prove to us that those randomly selected citizens is purely not influenced by the political member? Can you, government? Can you promise us? So I would like to firmly stand that we are against the sortition-based citizen to oppose to the elected representative for legislative decision making. To enhance, the opposition does not reject public opinion, okay, but the freedom of speech is not open for all in case this political issue. We support citizen engagement, but this legislative power must stay on the legislative field, which means those elected and democratic legitimacy. So a country's future should never be guided through responsibility and expertise, not randomness. Therefore, this House should not prefer sortition-based citizen assemblies on elected representatives. Thank you.
Thank you to the leader of opposition. The speaker spoke for 6 minutes and 57 seconds. Next, I invite the Deputy Prime Minister to deliver their speech. Please proceed.
So I have a few rebuttals towards the opposition side. So firstly, they said that the solution is randomly select people. So in the info slide, yes, they mentioned randomly, but randomly is a layman term for the selection of the people. The real term is stratification. So how does stratification works? Stratification works, but which means you are selecting these random people and we are making sure they come from different background. And also we're not talking about, we're taking about 5 people, 10 people. No, in France they take 150 people. In Ireland, 99 people. In some Canada, a bigger country, they take 200 people. So by randomly selected, the randomly selected terms mean that these people come from different background, and based on their background, they are randomly selected. That's all. So that's what randomly selected means. Anyway, the opposition also said that citizen do not know the law. They are dumb. And my rebuttal is politician is dumb too. Most of politicians, they don't learn law. Okay, look at our country. How many politicians in our country learn economy? No, even our prime minister. Even some of our politicians are majoring on arts but making decision on law. So they don't. So they are the same as the citizen. Okay, and if you're saying that the citizen is dumb, they do not know the law, read the info slide again. The info slide literally mentioned that this randomly selected citizen who deliberately on policy issues, often after hearing from experts and stakeholders, which mean these citizens are already explained by what is the consequences, what can happen, what they can do, what they cannot do, what could happen by experts and stakeholders. So I think to say that citizen could make a dumb decision, a blind decision, is false, because they do have those knowledge, and this knowledge is provided towards them. And the second point is
permission to interrupt.
Go on, yeah.
Okay. First of all, I would like to clarify that we did not say that the politician is dumb. First, and then taking back your analogy, even the politician itself corrupt, and you said that politician that don't know law. What do you mean? I need you to explain more, because politicians need to know law, and they will talk about law, and they have mandate to decide what law are what law are
okay. Sorry. Okay, I got your point.
What law are finalized and so on.
Okay. You take too much time. Sorry. Okay, I got your point. Sorry. Okay. So I agree. I'm not saying you are saying politician is dumb. I am saying they are dumb. They don't go to law school either. So they are learning law based on what people explain to them. Same goes to the citizen that we are selecting. That's it. Okay. And also to the point they say about accountability, who will take accountability and so on. Tell me, in our current situation right now, when did the last time we impeach or we kick out a politician for making a wrong decision? Never. We never did that. And also, okay, think about this like that. Think about this like this. Sorry. Who are directly affected by making bad decision? Citizen. So if the citizen make a bad decision, they are affected. So they are bound to make a good decision. Okay. So if a politician make a bad decision because they are paid by lobbyists to do bad decision, they can simply, for example, in bad education, they can simply send the kids to private school and so on. Okay. Anyway, I have 2 points I would like to give is, firstly, elected representative is politician, and politician have motives. And politicians have 4 to 5 years to win, to rule, which means a very short term. So the main point is in making law is to get re-elected again. Hence why they make wrong decision instead of the right one. For example, the economy is crumbling, but instead of raising the tax, they keep giving money to people, and that's what happened, because they want to say this is they want the people to think this is good politician. They give us money, so sort of thing. And solution directly cater towards the stakeholder, the citizen. They do not care about re-election whatsoever, and so they have the courage to make the bold decision to change, to save the far future. And my second argument is elected representative or politician is very polarized. It's very polarized. Okay, and our current system is very polarizing. Yeah. I could say it's even hyper partisanship. We could see in many countries, the opposition and the government is bickering whatsoever. They're attacking each other. And when the government is proposing a law, and the opposition, a good law, but the opposition keep just directly turn down the law because they simply disagree because they are on this different party. And in a sortition system, we do not have hyper-partisanship because we have 200 people. 200 people. You cannot divide. They are not simply divided into parties anymore. So they are less polarized. Everyone can make their own individual decision, educated decision, as I said earlier, and they have less incentive to fight with each other. So that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister. The speaker spoke for 7 minutes and 20 seconds. 2 seconds, sorry. I now invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition to deliver their speech. The floor is yours.
Okay, baik. Thank you to the Madam Chair. And today, for now, government proposal is for should we replace voting with random selection for lawmaking in terms of the simpler version, right? So it's flawed because why? Because now I will rebut the PM's argument and I will provide with a new argument itself. Okay, just now the PM stated that we enforce case stated that the politician is bound to corruption. Because let me remind you again, if they are corrupt, we remove them and we do not change the system itself. For example, for an analogy itself, if a tree has a broken root, we remove the root and not change the tree. The tree will grow, but it has still problematic root itself. And if for the DPM main point, if you're saying that the accountability is high and low, you as the government needed to face the risk as a policy making. But if you pass the responsibility to the citizen, who will rule and take the accountability itself. So that is my rebuttal, and now I will go on for my point, which is the first thing is for the specific, which is there is a no mandate. Why? Because citizens are vulnerable to elite captured by a special interest. Why did I say that? Because according to Canadian Journal of Political Science, it says amateur politicians dominate the public, but yet the elite will still abort them for the special interest and use them as the scapegoat itself. For example, I take about 100 citizens, right? So an elite will want a party to win the election. So what will they do? They will brought the 100 citizens to make sure they come up with their opinion about that party, or they will promise them with a various reward that will benefit them. So when the party gets selected, it will result by the selection of that elite or the party by the politician itself, not by the self-decision by the citizen itself that were described as the 100. And the second one is, as they mentioned by my first speaker, which I will enhance, is a lack long-term consistency. Why? Because according to the legal scholar, which is Ron Levi, he says that this will improve citizen democratic literacy, but can provide consistent long-term governance. Why did I say that? Because the citizens chose will have citizen has no expertise will choose the governance that lack consistency of the by the ruling itself. For examples, I give for example, they choose who they favor. For example, we have two politicians, someone who is hated by the citizen, but yet are very experienced, are very good in decision making, while the other one is favored by the citizen, yet he or she has a poor decision making itself. But when the system change, which is random selection for the lawmaking, who will think the citizen will choose? Of course, they will choose the one who they will favor more. But unfortunately, their decision will not bring benefits for a long-term consistency to the country itself. So let me ask you again: when does this happen? Who will favor more? Does the politician or does the country itself? But when you pick the wrong politician, you will still blame the who? The politician. But decision who is to make? The citizen itself by the what? By the random selection by the citizen for the lawmaking. And also, I would like to take example. For example, if it take about only 500 people to make the selection, but what about the maybe 10 million or 2 million other who has been excluded by the citizen because what they have not been in their categorized? How will that decision will be fair? So that I will say again and again. I will say this decision is not unjustified because it first has a lack long-term consistency and the second it is vulnerable and to the elite and it would because it is captured by their only special interest. So I will once again prove my stance, our stance, which is we should not replace the voting with a random selection for the lawmaking itself. That's all from my arguments. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. The speaker spoke for 5 minutes and 5 seconds. We now proceed with the government whip to further strengthen the government's case. Please proceed.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is about this House prefers sortation-based citizen assemblies as opposed to elected representative for legislative decision making. Okay, so our first point, our point say that from our government, from our prime minister, we say that the politician is bound to corruption because as we can see nowadays that our politician itself is being bribed to make the just for the sake of that they have many followers rather than they make the decision making a good decision for the country itself. Okay. And then because the education the first the leader of opposition said that there is uneducated to sortition or uneducated citizen to the sortition because it is randomly selected. And I want to highlight that as our deputy government said that it is not really is based on the apa ni kau cakap tadi yang based on background they have background of their different background of their expertise. So that what we can think is that because the citizen itself is living their life, they living the life rather than the politician itself, because politician is bound to want to have more follower rather than the country is being good themselves. So the citizen is bound to make good decision as they live their life within the decision making. Okay. Then so the politician also polarized as they have the incentive to fight with each other just because they are in opposition side. They oppose the idea of good decision for the country. Okay, so if we highlight if we elected representative from the citizen, we have less decision that have the intention to make bad decision. Okay, so for our best case scenario, if the motion win, we will create a world that we will create world with power that no longer are oppressed for corruption. So it is a duty for citizen. So to make the decision. So what we can see here, it's not just a tool. It's just not about we changing how we want to vote, but rather more to building back the trust between the citizens and the government. Okay. So for our worst case scenario, if the motion falls, the world will full of dishonest leader, and also because the bribery itself, and hence citizens no longer trust the court because uh, if if the if the decision is only just is played by rich people and well connected people, then it just court is just a place you want to know that the well connected people will win. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to keep a system where only power the ladies and gentlemen, so the opposite side is actually want to keep a system where the only powerful get to speak, rather than uh, us want everyone to have seat on the table. Okay. So within this, we can have trust of wisdom of many rather than greed of a few. So that's all for me. Let this motion stand. Thank you.
Thank you to the government whip. The speaker spoke for 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Finally, I invite the opposition whip to conclude the opposition case. The floor is yours.
The point to the ministers and also the judges. I would like to reject the motion that should we replace voting with random selection for lawmaking. I will repeat back the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister points. Well, Prime Minister point is politician is bound to corruption and they are power driven. And Deputy Prime Minister point is saying that one, you did say politicians are dumb. The second one is you said that the opposition cannot tolerate a decision for the better future of the country. And then my leader of opposition said this thing is like making like the main picture is this thing will create no sense of accountability to the government, no expertise to the random selection people, and last one is no mandate. And then okay, the Deputy Prime Minister said no mandate. Okay, I would like to compare and sum up a bit. Okay, first, Prime Minister said politicians are bound to corrupt. That's why we bring up no accountability. You now, the House, you are bringing this motion because you want to say that we don't want to use politician word anymore. We want to use the rakyat word, the citizen word. And then what happened if the citizen gave a wrong advice and then we make the law? So who will take responsibility? Oh, so let's say the citizen say let's make a vaccine. Okay, the government yes approve. Inject the vaccine and then people die. If the politician said that we can in the next term we will not re-elect the politician. There's accountability there. If the rakyat they give advice, they go home, they sleep. Where's the accountability? Okay, and then so that means that you as the government need to focus the route to heal these corrupt politicians. Do not divert the accountability to citizens. And then apart from that, I understand the stratification. I understand the point of being like, oh, the citizen face the situation. Oh, so no. Again, uh, randomly selection that which mean that the plus is selected by the politician. I would say the flaw is in here. What if I select a plumber to give advice about education? What does a plumber knows about education? Yes, I do admit that. Oh, if the politician select a teacher, maybe we could have some fresh insight. But what if they select a plumber? That's first. Okay, what if they select? Okay, you're saying that okay, politician have right and left. So you're saying that the citizen doesn't have bias. You're saying that the citizen is neutral. I don't think so. I don't. I also think they have their own bias. You're saying okay. Let's say you're asking a LGBT person, should we approve LGBT book storytelling to the kids? And then you say yes. So you will corrupt the education system. And who's going to take accountability about that? Nobody. Okay. And then that's about the expertise and accountability. And then the last one mentioned by my leader of opposition is about mandate. Do you know what mandate is? Mandate is the right to approve a law. So I can just, hello citizen, please give me advice. Oh, I advise the government to do this law. And then the government, I don't want to approve it. Bye bye. So you are saying back in the day, you are saying like the opposition refused to refuse to agree with a decision for the better future of citizens. What if the opposition did not agree because the government itself cannot prove the betterness of it? Like we're debating, you are trying to convince the judge you are better than me. So if you cannot convince, and then if you cannot convince the judge, then you cannot say I refuse because you cannot convince me also. And then I would like to give you a simple analogy about the expertise. You said that stratification, you said it's randomly picked. If you are having a heart attack, would you randomly pick a random person to do your heart surgery? You want to die, Is it? So, again, I would like to firmly stand with our point. The replacement of democracy with this sortation-based citizen opinion is not valid. Do the government have any question? If not, and that will be the end of my speech. Thank you.
Thank you to the opposition whip. The speaker spoke for 6 minutes and 9 seconds. Now, both the government and opposition are being given 1 minute to prepare their reply speech.
Gila kat lah dia ni. Kelakar. Tapi dia ni tak boleh dah cakap ni. Dia punya asal ni.
Kita tahu.
Yang boleh cakap Facebook dengan setting spot je. Dia ni tak boleh dah. Sebab dia lah. Kalau dia buat benda ni budak-budak tu.
The time is up, I call upon the speaker from the opposition side to deliver their reply speech. Here.
Okay, thank you. So to sum up this debate session, I would like to say that the government, you have to trust and listen to the opposition side, because here we are trying to ask you to think and spare a little of your useful mind to think that this motion is highly nonsense, because it is definitely will bound to be even worse to our own current political issue due to lack of expertise and preparedness. Second, the weak democratic accountability, favoritism, long-term political sustainability. So we, as the opposition, we are trying to enhance that the opposition side does not reject the public opinion, but we here to support the citizen engagement. But we need to say that the government need to stand up to take the responsibility, because the legislative power must remain and it cannot be replaced in the hands of elected representatives who possess experience, accountability, and democratic legitimacy. Because a country future should not be guided through responsibility and expertise, not just random elected person. If you are saying that those randomly elected person is highly educated or whatsoever, that is not their major. That is not their field. They are not fit to do the policy making. You, as a government who has the power to do the policy making. So, power without accountability is not a democracy. It is a political irresponsibility. So, as a government, you have the power and you have the choice to accept the citizen opinion. But you are the one who will decide the future to our country. You can't just accept and do it randomly. You have to be the leader, because you are the government. You cannot just blindly accept all of their opinion, because ordinary citizens may be more emotionally, as we all saying that the favoritism, they will bound to choose and agree more to their favorite politician, which lead to corruption, which is fall under your own responsibility to settle and handle, not the citizen. You can change the responsibility to the citizen and put the accountability to the citizen. And unlike the trained legislator who operate within political scrutiny and institutional system, because the randomly selected citizens may lack the experience needed to detect the political agendas. So, if you, those who are ruling and be the leader, as the politician, as the prime minister, as the deputy minister, as the table of minister, I don't know, but why would you say that you are not knowing the law? If you, the higher up, does not know the law, how about the citizen? And you have the audacity to ask the citizen's opinion? Even you as the higher up cannot handle the pressure. How come you divert the responsibility to the citizen? So I highly recommend the government to think again about this motion. And I firmly against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you to the opposition side. Now, to conclude, let's welcome the speaker from the government side to give their reply speech. The floor is yours.
Hi everyone. So, as the motion today, this House prefers sortition-based citizen assemblies as opposed to elected representative for legislative decision making. So basically, lawmaking. So, in our side, we believe in democracy and we give democracy directly to the people, which is the people. Yeah. So, so I think so. In our side, we believe that we cater directly towards the stakeholders, which is the citizen of the people of the country itself. So and that's why I think in our side we cater more towards the stakeholder. So, a quick recap through this whole debate. Okay, so firstly, our side argue that politicians are susceptible towards corruption, and this is true throughout the history of the world. We could see by lobbyists, by rich people, by elites to make law that favor towards those rich people. And they also have, they can also be bought by their own party. Okay, so that's why in our side we say that politicians are very susceptible to corruption. And even though we could even though in paper there is a way for us to take these people out, but honestly speaking, when does that ever happen? So that's why we believe that solution directly solve this problem. And our second argument is, again, politicians make argument to win the next term again. And for the Scottish system, the people do not think about that. They can make bold decision and make sure they can make bold decision and do not care about winning the election, the next election again. So we believe that a politician are forced to be short-sighted and make the most visible, favorable decision, even though that is a wrong decision to make. And in our third argument that we say is representative or politician as a lawmakers is very polarized. Okay, we have opposition party and the government party like we are right now. We are fighting each other. Okay, and they say about mandate of democracy. Elected representative is a fake mandate, while giving people to say whatever, giving directly the voice to the people is the real democracy in our side. So I think that's all for today. Let the motion stand. Thank you.
Thank you to the government side. Now, we would like to give the adjudicator 5 minutes to prepare the feedbacks. Debaters, you may go to the toilet and drink waters, but you have to come back for the feedback session and verdict release. Nak kunci. Dia dah set dah 20 minit.
Stop apa? 1:42, 1:43. Ada lesen? Tak ada.
Now, I would like to invite the adjudicator to do feedbacks and verdict for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Thank you, Mr. Amin. Thank you, Mr. On behalf of the House, I thank Mr. Abdullah Sarfati for his assistance, and I congratulate all the debaters on their performance. Sukiabu kat ni, dekat DTC, dia kata sedap gila. Oh, kat my
Sekarang?
sekejap lagi. Debat BI sidang 2. Debat BI ni sidang 1. Pusingan 2. Kerajaan FST. Kembangkan FP.
Okay, everyone, the time is up. I call upon the speaker from the opposition side to deliver the reply speech. Go ahead.
Lagi 3 minit
Yes.
Now I would like to invite the executive to give feedbacks and verdict for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the governor representative for the speech. Then we will have a final round debate session. Now, we will give the remaining 5 minutes to discuss on the work. The request to
Yeah, everything. To give to berapa? To give the feedback. Betul lah tu, betul lah tu.
To give the feedback.
Ada kata tu educator. Ada kata for educator to give the feedback.
So, for judge, for just to give the feedback. Jadi hantar satu tak?
Ni hantar sekarang.
Kita nak semakan
Tak. Kat sini kan dengar bunyi sangat crunchy.
Bunyi apa?
Saya
Bunyi apa?
patah-patah.
Oh.
Last minute.
Okay, hello. Is everyone here?
Oh, got my.
I'm very sorry. Are both sides present? I'm just the adjudicator in case you guys are wondering. Okay. Regardless, is my 5 minutes up? I'm actually at the. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention at the timing exactly.
Tadi cakap lain. Siapa yang menang sekarang? Oh, Nazila tu.
Would you like me to wait, or is it okay if I give my verdict now?
No.
You can go now.
I can go ahead. Okay, just to confirm, are both sides present? Government and opposition? Are speakers from both sides present?
I'm sorry. Apa dia? Siapa tak dengar?
Just give me a thumbs up or just write in the chat if you're all present. If you're not present, just let me know. I'll wait until all of your type in there. Okay, sure. So if everyone is good, without further ado, I'll just begin my OA. So this is how I let you know how I normally tell my feedback. First, I just give general comments on both sides. Next, I'm going to tell you the verdict, as in who won, and after that, I'm going to try and explain why I gave the verdict that I did. Okay? So let's start with some general comments. General comments. I think overall the arguments that were brought by both sides, they were very interesting. I thought that they were very rational and they did make sense overall. I feel like, however, one of the things that was lacking was trying to explain what the current problem exists in the status quo. So right now, we are hearing from both sides that there's a lot of problems with the current system, right? But you need to tell me exactly what are the problems that are existing. I know that it was implied that there's a corruption that's a problem and politicians are corrupt, but at the same time, I wasn't really explained why is it that it's because of the current system that politicians end up being corrupt, and at the same time, it wasn't shown to me how exactly does this corruption look like. The example that I got was lobbying, and unfortunately, the problem with lobbying is that lobbying is only something that happens in the US. Lobbying is an American term. Everywhere else, it's called corruption, right? And I think a bit of explanation as to which system you're talking about exactly, because I felt like it was very focused on the American system. Then again, the average person won't know the difference, so it's fine. I'm not gonna cut any marks from both sides, but I do think it would be a bit better. First of all, from the beginning itself, you explain to me what exactly are you talking about. what system that you're going to discuss, why exactly is the system in such a problem, and why is it that the current system that we are implementing is going to be so much better. Right. Obviously, side opposition's job would not be necessary. They won't have to explain what the system is. They won't have to do all of that. They would just have to basically take down whatever the current problems are. Right. But at the same time, adding explanations as to what you're doing would be something that's very useful. Do let me know if my voice cuts off. My internet is not doing very well. Uh, okay, never mind in this debate. And one last thing that I have to mention is like I think the beginning, the starting of the debate was pretty strong, but towards the end of the debate, like I think a lot of points that were brought up were just rehashed. What I mean by rehashed is that they were something that was already mentioned and it was just said exact same thing that was said before was said all over again, and there was no extra analysis that was brought up. So when I'm saying the closing part, I'm specifically talking about the whip speeches. I think the whip speeches from analysis to the debate, which overall made this debate a bit weak towards the end. I think the starting was pretty strong. I think the arguments, like I said, I really like the arguments that were brought up, and I thought a lot of them were quite good. But towards the end part, maybe it's because you guys are new debaters, or maybe you're not aware of the structure, how it's supposed to be done. I just thought that there was a bit weakness towards the end of it. Okay, so with all of that outside, who did I give the win to? Towards the end, I ended up on I guess not a too big of a margin, but I eventually ended up giving the win to side government. Now you might be wondering, why did I give it to side government? So because for me, the main reason why I thought side government ended up getting the win. The reason why I thought that side government ended up having a slight edge over side opposition was because the main argument politicization. I think side government explained really well that when you have party leads to bipartisanship and having this extreme polarity between both sides, how there might be very extreme views that might be engaged by both sides, and this only happens when you have a political party system. Okay, and then the second thing that they brought up was talking specifically about how average people have less incentive to do corruption. Right. What did I get from side opposition? Well, side opposition main case was supposed to be about how randomly chosen people are going to be more inexperienced, so they're less likely to come up with good policies. The second thing, the second major argument in my eyes that they brought up was about how they are just as likely to be corrupt than the current politicians, right? And by hearing that alone, I think you guys might have noticed what exactly the problem was. You essentially mentioned about, okay, even if you take the best case scenario from side government, where the people that are going to be brought up are going to be just as corrupt as the current status quo. That just means that your system is also bad and the current system is just as bad. You're not proving why you are better than them. The one thing that you tried to choose to prove that you were better was explaining how a lot of the politicians that would come up, they are going to be a lot more veterans. They're going to be better at policy making. They know what they're doing, right? And I think just an average voter, I was more likely to believe that the average politician does not know what they're doing. Because it was already mentioned, like even law, even the current Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, he never ended up getting any formal education in politics, political science, law, or anything. His degree was in a BM literature. That is not related at all with the current field that he's doing, right? I don't think I got these kinds of examples, and at the same time also heard about how, based on how sortation exists, that you're also going to get a nuanced experience based on expert. I was just more likely to believe that the average citizen would end up being slightly better than the average politician. And the main reason why I thought they would end up being better than them is simply because they do not have party affiliations. I think when that part was brought up that you don't have party affiliations, it just makes a lot more sense for this person to not uh, have a lot of these inert biases that politics oftentimes do, right? And I think this entire argument about how by removing political parties as a whole, we are able to remove this entire polarization that exists in the current world. I kind of bought that argument really well. And side opposition did not take that argument down. I really wanted you to take down that but polarization is not going to exist. There were responses, and I remember the main response that was brought up was how they're more likely to get affected by media and how they like to show the world the way that it is. So how multiple corporations they might be more likely to get these people to end up doing the things that they want to do. But I could not necessarily understand why what these media manipulations would end up doing would be much worse than what they're already doing, and which both sides agreed to was lobbying, right? And how they could just lobby and they could end up getting whatever they want to be done, right? I think when this kind of stuff was brought up, I was less likely, I was just more inclined to buy side government side. I know there was this also entire argument that was brought up that was on accountability. That side option brought up. And you might have noticed that I haven't talked about it at all. One of the main reasons why I didn't talk about it was I did not see why accountability of average people would not exist. Because I think this thing really has to be said. You said that there would be no accountability, but I cannot understand why there would be no accountability. These people are these people not going to get impeached? Are these people not liable by laws? Are these people not likely to go through anti-corruption laws the same as non-politicians are? I just felt like that wasn't explained at all. Why is it that an average person that ends up being a normal person would automatically think that, like, okay, if politicians are held to it, then why isn't an average person held to it? It didn't make sense to me. It just wasn't explained to me why an average person could not be held accountable. It was just something that was asserted. And that's why I couldn't buy that entire argument. That's also why I didn't take that into account while I was making my overall. I ended up believing side government a bit more than I ended up believing side opposition. I'm not necessarily saying what side opposition said, all of those arguments were not relevant. I think they were relevant. They were decent. I just think that they had to be explained a bit more. They had to be better. I think there has to be more explanation on exactly what a representative does, right? And I want both sides to understand this, right? I'm talking to both sides over here, side government, side opposition. A representative's job normally is not to make policies. Their job itself is to talk about the current issues that exist in the world, right? Representatives are not usually the one that are signing laws and passing them. The people that usually do it are the Senate, which I think is Dewan Negara, I think. Dewan Rakyat, yes, they are allowed to propose bills, that is true. But usually they would just talk about the problems that exist of the average person. So if you're a farmer, you can just go and be a representative and you can talk about the problems that farmers have. If you are just an average person that lives maybe in government housing, you can just go out there and you can talk about, oh, these are the problems that I have with government housing. Any normal person can come up and bring up their grievances. That is the job of a representative, right? Representatives, they usually do not have law back that, oh, there are problems that exist in the current status quo, and it's my job to bring it up to the parliament, so there could be laws and bills that could be associated that could actually pass and these would be done then, right? They are allowed to bring in laws, yeah, that's true, but normally it's not their job to be able to make the bills and then pass them. Their job is just to bring out the grievances that the average person has. It's the job of the Senate to actually make the bills and then pass them through. So the people that are in the Senate, they're still going to be elected the same way that they get elected before. It's just the MPs, the representatives, which is the Dewan Rakyat. Those are going to be the people that are going to take it over. Okay, so I hope that explains exactly what were like the inaccuracies in this debate. I'm fine with having inaccuracies, don't worry. I do not cut down anyone's points for having inaccuracies because I think the average person would not know and would have known these things as well. However, based on what has been given, that is how I would judge this debate. Okay? My debate was completely based on whatever was said, and I know I try my best to not bring out anything from outside of the debate. That my personal was, if you thought that I was being unfair, feel free to air out your grievances. If you guys want any personal
Eh, dah diseluruh ke?
I'm sorry.
feedback, do let me know. I am
Can I ask
yes.
which side do you choose?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I not clear? I'm really sorry. I chose side government.
Dah sebut dah tadi.
I eventually believed in the sortition. I passed the motion. I I was like I supported the motion towards the end, so I supported side government wanted. Was my voice lagging? I'm sorry. I was my network like weak or something? I'm really sorry if you guys were not able to hear me.
You're kind of like lagging a bit, but overall we can hear what you see just now. It kind of like lagging a bit.
I'm really sorry about this.
The times you lagged a bit, but overall the adjudication or the OA is okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I think my internet is not that good. But just to confirm one more time, I gave the win to side government, and it was a small margin. The main reasons why I gave it was because I could not. What was it? Yeah, the main reason was because I could not see why accountability could exist on side government, side opposition side, and the exact definitions for them.
I'm sorry.
I hope most of it was. Yes.
May I know who is the best speaker?
The best speaker I gave to the Deputy Prime Minister,
Prime Minister.
which was Adam, I believe. I don't have your full name, I'm sorry.
Is that all from you?
Oh, yeah, that's all. Oh, also, I'm sorry, my ear. Can you turn off your mic? Okay, I just wanted to know from side opposition, who was your reply speaker? I'm sorry, I didn't write down the name.
Hello, sir. Can I ask a question?
Sure, of course. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
I want to ask, when you said that you are on the government side, is it like your own personal view or the result of this
No,
competition?
not on my personal view. No, of course not. I will
Do
not
the government
never
or
think.
opposition win?
No. I do not mean my personal view, of course. I don't have any views in this, don't worry. I meant as a judge, I chose to give the win to side government. That's what I meant. I am not supporting any of you. I don't know any of you teams. I don't have any personal affiliations with anyone in Usim. So I don't mean that I personally support anyone. Don't worry about that. I meant in terms of the debate, the way I saw the arguments being brought up, and based on the points that were brought up, I gave the win to side government. That's all I meant. I'm really sorry if I ended up wording it wrongly. But I do not. Don't worry. I don't bring my personal opinion. I try to be as unbiased as I possibly can.
Is there anything else?
Okay, I just have one question. Side opposition, is it possible that you can give me the name of your reply speech? Who was the one that gave the reply speech?
Tidak nama apa?
Oh, it's Umi. Oh, okay, I'm very sorry. I realized you already mentioned it. Okay, never mind. Everything's good.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah Satmi.
Wait, Mr. Abdullah, have you already got the reply speaker from opposition?
Yeah. I managed to get it. I'm very sorry. I missed it. It was in the chat.
It's Umi, right?
Yes, it's going
Okay. Thank you.
Kawan ni orang.
On
Okay,
behalf
Tiwa
of
please continue.
On behalf of the House, I thank Mr. Abdullah Fatmi for his assistance and I congratulate all debaters on their performance. Honorable members of the House, may I kindly ask all participants and the adjudicator to switch on your cameras for a moment as I would like to take a screenshot. Is everyone ready? Sekejap ya semua. Are everyone open the camera? Or my line slow? Dah.
Govern please turn on your camera. Govern opposition.
All participants, please open your camera. Tak apa je? Tak apa je pun? Okay. Ready? Is it okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Wait. Thank you everyone. Dah weh. That's all from me, thank you.
Tunggu hakim tu keluar.
Kenapa tak nak keluar?
Aku rasa dia orang dah tak ada kat sini.
Kenapa weh?
Okay, dah keluar.
Dah.
Dah. Dah.
Kenapa tu?
Oh, masalah dia
tak weh. Asalnya.
Kau ni orang yang berdebat ni.
Jadi kita cakap betul lah. 5 minit tu
Kau cakap yang betul. Jadi dia yang betul. Cakap mana satu yang betul ni? Geram aku.
Apa nama tadi?
Nama apa?
PM tu lah.
PM.
Prime Minister tu.
Oh. Prime Minister tadi siapa? Dia dah kecil. Tak tahu. Kenapa sebenarnya? Memang.
Kenapa?
Dia tak puas hati satu. Asal ada orang yang
kenapa dia tak puas hati?
Kenapa dia tak puas hati?
Bukan salah kita orang lah kan? Lepas tu tadi kita orang Kaisara dia cakap 5 minit prepare, 5 minit cakap untuk judge tu. Lepas tu kita cakap lah dekat dalam ni 5 minit untuk prepare, 5 minit cakap. Lepas tu ada orang betulkan dia cakap 5 minit prepare, 10 minit cakap.
Siapa tu? FST
Bukan dia, kita punya ni
Najlah.
Si macam
macam menyibuk.
Lepas tu judge jadinya judge pun pening juga time tu. Sebabnya Kaisara cakap 5 minit untuk seorang.
Balik untuk
Adjudicator.
Judge.
Apa Abdullah ke?
Abdullah. Kenapa mana?
Isu masa je.
Saya nak kencing lah. 5 minit 5 minit.
Nak bagi komen. Kenapa? Macam keseluruhan sebenarnya.
Sebabnya kita orang dapat inform 5 minit. Sebab ada seorang judge kan. So 5 minit cakap, 5 minit prepare, 5 minit cakap. Lepas bila kita orang dah cakap, ada pula orang lain betul kan dalam tu juga. So judge jadi pening lah.
Siapa? Kita orang ke? Siapa? 10 minit kan?
Kita dapat inform 5 minit prepare, 5 minit.
Siapa inform?
Canselor.
Tapi tadi cakap itu kalau seorang judge.
Yelah seorang judge tadi.
Tadi ada seorang judge.
Tadi 5 minit. Tapi kalau macam ni, kita tawarkan 5 minit. Tapi kalau judge kata dia nak lebih, bagi je dia lebih. Berubah kita bagi dia lebih je.
Yelah. Tapi itu yang kita dapat inform. So kita just tulis inform je lah dekat situ. Pasal ada yang betulkan. So jadi pening lah judge ni.
Satu yang satu lah. Apa nanti kita betulkan. Lepas tu yang aku tu tadi memang tak dengar ke apa Abdullah cakap?
Tak.
Masa peserta tengah marah kenapa?
Sebab dia tak puas hati sebab dia tak puas hati sebab judge macam dengar sebelah pihak.
Bodoh sial, dia orang yang tak dengar sial. Abdullah cakap apa? Abdullah cakap dia tak tahu sesiapa kat dalam tu. Dia tak kenal Adam or whatever bla bla bla.
Lepas tu dia cakap apa?
Dia cakap dia dengar yang dia cakap Abdullah cakap I know Adam but I didn't know the rest of you. Dia yang pekak bodoh. Pulai.
Dia cakap dalam grup secara ramai ke?
Ya.
Ya ke dia cakap macam tu? Dengar ke?
Dia cakap macam
aku dengar sendiri. Dia cakap I didn't know any of you.
Kan? Tak. Attitude tu yang tak faham. Accent judge tu. Kau
pun rasa macam kau dengar bodoh sial lah.
Dia dengar bodoh. Dia dah tak pernah. Kau relate dah. Betul nak cakap ni pula. Saya jemput Hakim tu tak. Hakim tu kat Pakistan awak. Nak tahu apanya.
Dia orang cakap dalam grup peserta.
Oh got my.
Hayat ni siapa? Hayat ni siapa Cik Zaini?
Takutnya.
So dia orang tak puas hati ni.
Ya.
Buat ni. Kau nak buat ni apa?
Lepas tu siapa nak call? Call siapa? Abdullah.
Tadi dia cakap
dekat kita punya profesor apa dengan aku.
Oh got my.
And the judgment is valid. Sial. Kau pilih tak nak buat kerja ke? Pilih siapa judge? Stop lah. Kau tu kau nak biar orang dia macam bodoh ke? Macam orang bodoh ke kat dalam grup ni? Serabut tau. Terus nak cari tudung dia.
Siapa? Opposition tu ke?
Opposition.
Dia tak dengar
Dia tak dengar.
Lepas tu
you can just jadi based on your mindset.
Faham. Aku rasa dia orang ingat kita orang judge. Padahal judge tu Abdullah seorang je. Kita orang mendengar je tau tadi.
Awak nampak kan background saya tadi tu dia apa kan? Komiti kan?
Pendebat terbaik Prime Minister kan?
Deputy. Ada apa?
Ada mai.
Betul nak call ke tak ni? Call Abdullah sekarang. Cakap kat dia terangkan apa yang jadi. Macam ni okay, select dia judge aku. Aku nak kenapa?
Bodoh lah Omar tak payah.
Apa dia? Apa dia?
Di atas 3 yo. Macam tu.
Margin berapa?
Omar kau jangan menambah lah Mak. Aku ni tak nak terkena-kena tau. Aku
margin berapa?
Aku tahu tadi.
Margin. Oh dia kan cakap dulu tak nak kami ke?
Masa nak call ke tak ni? Call lah. Dah tak puas hati sangat kan? Group call dengan Abdullah dengan tak call Abdullah dulu. Cakap dengan dia dulu what happened. And then tell him call Abdullah sekarang. Voice bagi voice dalam group. Hello Abdullah, it's me Madi. Okay, so we're here, me Najla and then Indah here. So for like nak kena video call ke? Okay, so I don't know if you can see. But anyways, we're here. Can we have you like give the teams the OA again because they say they cannot hear you and then they have misinterpreted a lot and they want to like file an equity report which we don't intend to take any at all. Anyways, can you do that?
Okay, so let me summarize a bit about the situation. So basically, earlier, me and Najla opened our camera, right? And maybe we kind of like gave some reactions or anything. And I believe that they may misinterpret that we are one of the judges as well. And our reaction might give like a wrong impression on them. But the issue here is that you are the only and supreme judge on this round. And they feel like by our reaction, they feel like we know one of the contestants, and they feel like the judges are being the edge, which is you, and maybe they think it's us as well, may be biased towards the government team, and hence they are very much against the decision that you are giving the win to the government.
Yes, and also when you mention about you side with government, they actually misinterpret it into your personal believing that you personally think that you
very confused with your accent a bit. Even our chair in the room can understand you, but unfortunately they cannot understand you and what certain words that you say, so they misinterpret a lot. And the statement that you just said just now, that you say that you didn't know any of the participants and debaters, right? But they heard that you knew one of them, and I don't know where they heard it, because we all heard that you didn't know, and we just so confused right now. So we might have to. First, you are the supreme judge, and you act this round alone, and you are not even near us, and you have to clarify a bit about the OA again. I'm really sorry about this situation, but yeah, it might be. This is very funny actually, but you just don't understand what is happening.
Ni round 3 takkan kita dengan Josh tadi? Sumpah. Oh god my. Tak ada. Mampus lah weh. Astaghfirullahalazim. Nak buka link kat mana? WhatsApp? Link kat WhatsApp Astaghfirullahalazim. Bila? Sorry. Apa masuk perut chicken tender sini? Bawa. Nak tengok lah. Apa yang buat jadual ni?
tambah.
Ha?
Tambah lagi.
Siapa cakap?
Tak, kan dia kan berita dia makan ada apa? Makan lebih kan? Makan lagi.
Ya. Ni dia tak cukup.
Tambah.
Tak makan lagi tau. Kita orang dengan Josh tadi lagi.
Ya.
Aku dah tak nak
Habislah kau.
Tapi memang dia punya aku tak puas hati juga dengan cara dia cakap.
Sebenarnya aku pun tak puas hati. Bagi aku sebenarnya position boleh menang. Sebab ya. Tapi
tak
sebab dia based on dia punya experience. Itu tak boleh sebenarnya.
Itulah aku jadi macam, bagi aku sepatutnya, kalau aku lah, aku akan pilih position. Secara penyampaian government pun
ya sangat.
Bagi aku tak ni sangat.
Orang lah salah pilih judge ni.
Google Meet tadi boleh padam
Cuma kat OBS. So dah start streaming lah.
Astaghfirullahaladzim. Tapi tak ada orang datang. Kau tak mesti ada orang datang Mana nak tengok stop streamingnya?
Government. Buka mic. Cakap government. Government side please write your name. Oh my god. Government side please write your name and your position. Now. Saya dah tahu.
dah.
Okay, cepat. Prime Minister
Umi Mastura.
Umi, oh my god, Mastura.
Deputy Fardatul Ulfa.
Fardatul.
Fardatul. Datul.
Sabar jap. Fardatul. Fardatul?
Ulfa.
Urfa. Kau susah tu nama dia ni. Okay.
Amarizwan.
Amarizwan.
Betul.
Dah.
Bukan. Zuwan.
Tak ada masalah pun kan?
Okay. Mau pronounce dia sama je.
Dah Saya boleh start juga?
Dah. Boleh start. Ada dah judge kan?
Dah. Dah Good evening everyone. I am pleased to welcome you all to this third round of the Vice Chancellor's Debate Cup Championship 2026 University Science Islam Malaysia. Allow me to reiterate that today's motion is, in developing countries, this help would prioritize heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies over significantly expanding primary care service. I'm Anis Safia and I will be the speaker and the timekeeper for this room. Now, I'll state the rule and order for this championship. Each debater will have 7 minutes to deliver his or her speech. The bell will ring once to indicate the first minute has ended and points of information may be given. The bell will ring once after the 6-minute mark and will ring twice at the end of the 7-minute speech. I would like to remind the members of the floor they may only raise points of information in the constructive speech and only after the first minute and before the last minute of speech. You may unmute your mic to state your request for points of information. Okay, now let me introduce our members for today. From the government side, we have Umi Masura as the Prime Minister. From the opposition side, we have Auni as the leader of the opposition. Next, representing the government, Fardatul Ulfah as the Deputy Prime Minister. And from the opposition, Aisyah as the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Lastly, from the government side, Amarizwan as the government whip, and from the opposition side, Darwish as the opposition whip. Joining us today as our adjudicator is Mrs. Nur Madiha. Okay, with that, I call upon the Prime Minister to deliver his or her speech. Here.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Good evening, everyone. So, as the Prime Minister of this developed government, I strongly support the motion. But before that, let me define our motion today clearly. So, basically, in the developing countries, this House should prioritize heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies over significant expanding primary care service. Because predictive medical screening refers to technologies such as genetic testing, AI screening diagnostics, biomarker analysis, and family history screening. Because we need to predict disease before the symptoms appear. So, as a government, we want the primary care service refer to the basic healthcare service such as immunization, checkups, referrals, and general treatment. So, under this motion, as a government, we does not seek to abolish primary case. Instead, we prioritize investing heavily in predictive medical screening. Because, as a developing countries, we cannot remain entrapped in the reactive healthcare system only. Because if we want to treat the disease, we must treat it before it becomes severely or like majorly ill. So, according to the World Health Organization, preventive and early healthcare interaction are essential for reducing the long-term disease burden. And this will empowering and improving our life expectancy. Because the recent advancement in blood-based cancer screening technologies, they show that major promise in detecting cancer earlier, even before the symptoms appear, because we want the patient to diagnose with the stage 1, at least before it became more severe, we can detect it and it will be far higher survival rates rather than the patient who diagnosed at the stage 4. So as the government, we would like to be the prevention is better than cure, because if you detect the cancer at the early stage, it will be easy to ha- to cure. So the best healthcare system is not just the one that treats the disease fastest, but the one that prevents before the patient suffer and before the illness begins. So we would like to reduce the long-term economic burden. Okay, let's say as a government, we provide a dialysis center for all of the kidney failure patients. So in order to prevent the long-term economic burden, we would like to do the AI screening test before we detect the kidney failure. At least, if we detect it earlier, the treatment will be more accurate and effective rather than knowing at the late stage. So, as a developing countries, we face limited healthcare budget when diseases are detected late. So, the hospital become overcrowded and the treatment costs skyrocket. And I believe you, all of those cancer patients faced with the financial burden due to chemotherapy. So the World Health Organization report that over 1.6 billion people worldwide risk financial hardship due to the healthcare spending. So as the government, they wait for citizens to become critically ill before action is already spending too late. So we refuse to be that kind of government. So I firmly strong and support this motion, which is we need the AI screening before the disease become severe. So, in the Sun website, they already state that over 22 lung cancer, and we can detect 22 lung case in only 2 months in Malaysia. So, if we have the AI screening test, we can identify and diagnose the disease earlier by using the AI screening test. That's why, as a government, we want to have this AI screening technology, because we would like to prevent and to reduce the risk of Malaysia patients to suffer with this illness at the late stage. Okay, so preventing the suffering patient is always better than struggling to repair it us afterward, to provide more expensive treatment for the patient. So we decided to reduce the cost and we would like to prevent it first. Therefore, as a government, we would like to prioritize heavily subsiding predictive medical screening technology over significantly expanding the primary care service. So that is why, as a government, we choose to heavily subsidize the predictive medical screening technology. So we would like to say that why subsidize? Because without the government support, advanced technology like predictive diagnosis would only be accessible to the well. That's why, as a government, we would like the ordinary citizen, especially the lower and middle income communities, to access early detection before the disease becomes fatal. So we believe healthcare should not only test the sick, it should prevent citizens from becoming severely ill in the first place. So my main point is we would like to reduce the long-term economic burden, and we would like to have an early detection so we can save life more accurately, and the treatment will be more accurate, because when we detect it earlier, we can cure the cancer or the illness before it gets severe and before it became fatal. So that is why the AI screening technology detection medical care is important, and this is why, as a government, we will subsidize this medical service first. It's not like we would like to ignore those other medical service, but we would like to subsidize this method first, because our main target right now, due to the high risk and the data that keep on increasing at the cancer patient in Malaysia, we would like to prevent and we would like to cure it before it became fatal. So as a government, I firmly strong and support this motion. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you to the Prime Minister. The speaker spoke for 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Next, I invite the leader of opposition to present their rebuttal and arguments. The floor is yours.
So good evening to the respected adjudicator, honorable members of the House and worthy opponents. So, I accept with the definition that had been given by the PM before, but I would like to mention that PM does not mention the stakeholders and does not mention stakeholders clearly, and there is no burden that have been given by PM. So, for the stance, as the opposition, we strongly oppose this motion. We believe that in developing countries, expanding accessible and affordable primary care services should remain the top healthcare priority because it addresses it addresses immediate healthcare needs and also it gives more lives and benefits a larger portion of society. And also, we believe that we believe the current condition in many developing countries is that healthcare systems are already weak. Hospitals are overcrowded. Rural communities lack clinics and doctors, and millions still struggle to access even the basic treatments itself. Therefore, diverting major resources towards expensive predictive technologies will worsen healthcare inequality instead of solving the healthcare crisis. This debate focuses specifically on developing countries such as Malaysia, India, Indonesia, and many more. In these nations where healthcare budgets are limited, medical infrastructure is incomplete, and large populations still lack access to fundamental healthcare services. Thus, these issues affects low-income citizens, rural populations, and also elderly communities. Okay, and also the patients can get the immediate treatment. For the stakeholders that we are going to focus is low-income families, rural community, elderly citizen, children, government, and also healthcare workers. So, our argument is we need to prioritize primary care. Primary care saves more lives immediately. This is because primary care services provides direct, immediate, and large-scale healthcare impact compared to predictive screening technology. It is because predictive screening only identifies the possibility of future diseases, but after the detection itself, patients still need the doctors, the treatment center, the medication, and also the follow-up services and functioning clinics. So this shows that the primary cares actually give a lot of impact, especially towards people who are in rural areas. Imagine living in a rural village when your child has high fever, when your mother has diabetes complications, when your father needs blood pressure medication, and the distance is far away. So this help a lot. This should help a lot. Primary care services actually helps a lot when these kind of things happen. And then predictive screening technology may identify future health risks, but they are ineffective if people still cannot access the treatment, medicine, regular healthcare support. While our side, which is primary care, directly help people manage illnesses immediately instead of only predicting possible future conditions. Okay.
Permission to interrupt?
No, sorry. Okay. I want to mention again, in rural areas of countries like Malaysia and India, many communities still struggle to access nearby clinics and healthcare professionals. Even if predictive screening detects diabetes risks, Patients may still lack transportation, need maybe have some financial problem. They still need the medicine supply and regular treatment access. So this prove that predictive screening doesn't help a lot. So expanding primary care improves healthcare access for a much larger portion of the population immediately. So healthcare, so primary care system in developing countries should focus on strengthening foundations before investing heavily in advanced prediction technology. You cannot build the roof when the house itself is still collapsing. For that reason, this house should not prioritize heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies over significantly expanding primary care services. Therefore, as the opposition, we firmly oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you to the Leader of Opposition. The speaker spoke for 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Now, I invite the Deputy
Wait,
Prime Minister.
I'm sorry. Can we wait like for 5 minutes? I have to go to the toilet for a bit. Is that okay?
How about the others? Are you guys okay?
Okay. Are the participants okay? Okay. So pause this session for like 5 minutes. Okay. I'll be real quick.
Okay. Kau ni tadi tak nak berak. I know you got the Prime Minister tadi dia. Hakim pergi tandas je.
Dah lama dia dah lambat. Ampun weh. Pergi tandas pula. Oh ya? Hakim kat sebelah je?
Ya ke? Tanda pula. Government dah semangat. Senang kaki. Now, I now invite the Deputy Prime Minister to the debate and speech. Please proceed. Hasilnya kan, kalau Kak Syafah macam main media tu.
Okay, I'm back. You guys can start.
I now invite the Deputy Prime Minister to deliver their speech. Please proceed. Sabar, dia tak cakap lagi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mrs. and Mr. Speaker, the government case today is clear. Our motion is this House agree to prioritize
heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies over significantly expanding. I, as a Deputy Prime Minister, will stand here to do my responsibility. Firstly, I would like to rebuke the leader of the team's opposition point. The opposition said that the hospital become crowded and then solving the healthcare, low-income family background. They're asking us how we can solve this. Well, let's just take a simple look. When it comes to low-income family, that means they need to pay the fee. We are here to lessen their burden. In case if their illness got treated late, it will be worsened. So the sugar will become a lot of expensive. That's why we agreed to prioritize subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies in order to prevent and identify the early stage of the illness so they can also identify it and they can pay it less expensive rather when they already found out their cure is already too late to be cured or they need to pay the more expensive payment when their illness already at the severe state. That's why we truly believe that by prioritize the subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies is justified. All right. So I would like to strengthen the Prime Minister's point. We already said that we did this for the early detection to save life. We take early steps to identify the chronic illness and severe illness on the early stage to prevent the life risk, the illness from the before the illness worsen. This preventing more costs and that we will handle when the damage is already severe. Alright, and then finally, I will deliver my second substances point, which is long-term fiscal sustainability. Well, primary cause of medical bankruptcy is treating late-stage chronic disease. This impacts both families and governments in developing world. So let's think logically. What if cost of $10 predictive screening test is negligible compared to the $10,000 cost of the late-stage sugaring? I would like to come up with the evidence. The news from the Star website stated that a country like Vietnam or Egypt faces a rising tide of type 2 diabetes. So, with this, by prioritizing subsidized glucose monitoring and predictive risk profiling, it will prevent the cost that they need to pay when the illness got worsened and severe. And why we say it's better to take because by subsidizing the screening, the government prevent the future explosion of healthcare costs that would happen if they only focus on like building more beds for a growing, aging, and increasingly sick population. We don't want to increase sick population. We want to prevent from people that will add the population of sickness. So that's why we are searching for the early cure. All right. So this shows that by subsidizing the screening, it helps the citizen change diet early. So, if the government instead prioritize building dialysis center, they are essentially financing the failure of the public health. As the idiom said, it's better late than never. So with that, the government side takes prevention is better than cure seriously in order to support our motion. Again, let me restate. This House support or agreed to prioritize heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies over significantly expanding. With that, I end my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister. The speaker spoke for 5 minutes and 12 seconds. I now invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition to deliver their speech. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. As Deputy Leader of Opposition, I will rebut the government case and reinforce why expanding primary care services remains the most practical, accessible, and equitable solution for developing countries compared to heavily subsidiary predictive medical screening technology. First, I would like to mention about from the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister highly mentioned about the government repeatedly told us that early detection reduce long-term healthcare costs. But detection alone is not treatment. If rural population still lacks clinics, doctors, transportation, or affordable medicine, then all the government has done is tell poor people that they are sick without giving them the ability to recover. Healthcare is not successful when diseases are merely identified. Healthcare is successful when patients are actually treated. Yes,
Permission to
prevention
interrupt?
matters, but primary care already does prevention. Immunization prevents disease, routine checkups prevent complications, maternal care prevents deaths, community clinics prevent outbreaks. The government acts as if primary care is only reactive medicine when in reality it is already the backbone of preventive healthcare. We already know that when the rural area of there are not many people can afford to access equal health access. That's why when we choose to when the developing countries choose to
Excuse
contribute
me,
more
permission to
on
interrupt?
primary care that involve basic needs and else kita dengar
Can I?
basic needs and healthcare and else. So it just so it is become more beneficial for people because the main stakeholders for this motion is citizen, society, even involve kids, children, and elders. So it is very important to fix the basic needs, to fix the roots before make the roof. This policy also the Deputy Prime Minister also mentioned about justified, which is this policy disproportionately benefits urban and wealthy population. Why? Because predictive technologies require internet access, specialized labs, trained experts, follow-up treatments. So the cost to research about this AI predictive technology and so on is a very big cost to begin with, and it will maybe very many years to do a research about it before to contribute to our people. So without wasting many years about that, how about the developing countries decide to contribute more the subsidies to primary care, which is can fulfill the basic needs of the citizens, than to spend on the AI predictive technology and so on. Primary care has broader coverage, lower cost, and more immediate access. More immediate impact because, for example, if the government contribute to one expanded clinic, it can vaccinate children, treat infections, immediate treatment, emergencies, reduce hospital overload when there are very many clinic communities, even in village, rural, so everyone can easily access, even in their emergency situation. For example, if suddenly someone or just injured in the jungle or right, can you call AI to help the people? So it eventually will need human power. Yes, tak dengar lah. Juga.
Permission to interfere, may I?
Yes.
Now, we are talking about preventing serious illness, which is cancer. About the rural area, it is primarily sorry.
About cancer, maybe it's not about okay prediction about cancer. For the rural people, if we that's why we need to have accessible treatment or clinic because there are many doctors and already trained doctors or nurses at there that actually have learned about maybe the symptoms of early cancer, and after that maybe after the so because the AI technology may have take a really long time to recognize or to get a result. So that's why we have a human worker like nurses, doctors that already train and studies for years. That's why they learn and they can help rural areas to symptoms, and also they can maybe follow the higher ups or recommend another hospital and else like that and so on. And also primary care is more sustainable because developing countries often have limited healthcare budgets. They just try to stand up. That's why it is named a developing countries because they need to contribute or they need to contribute their money to a more important things and ways. While they also heavy subsidies for predictive technologies requires expensive infrastructure and continuous upgrade day by day or years by years because to research about AI prediction more requiring more money day by day because this is we use a lot of money. Instead of primary care, we strengthen healthcare foundations and improve long-term public health systems. Healthcare should first guarantee access to treatment and basic care before prioritizing expensive technology that many citizens may never meaningfully benefit them. In conclusion, health should prioritize accessibility over advanced prediction because a strong healthcare system begins with ensuring that ordinary citizens can receive proper treatment, care, and medical support when they need it the most. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. The speaker spoke for 7 minutes and 10 seconds. We now proceed with the government whip to further strengthen the government's case. Please proceed.
Okay. Baik, thank you to the honourable judges and the deputy itself. For me, as a third speaker of the government, I will I will mention three things. First, I will accept the motion itself. Second, I will reject all the contents that that has been provided by the opposition, and I will strengthen all of our government's point. First of all, let me clarify for you. The opposition keep mentioning about rural. But our main topic that has been issued by the Prime Minister itself is to focus on serious illness. Before that, I accept our team accept the motions that in the developing countries we would prioritize heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening tech over significant expanding primary care service. Okay, so first of all, let me reject all the contents of the opposition provided. First of all, for the leader of the opposition, she says that we should focus more on immediate health service and treatment. For me, for us, I guess, when you do that, you are ignoring the people that has that sickness, but you choose to ignore and instead focus more on some of the minor sickness, maybe such as a simple fever or maybe such as simple headache. For example, I will give you examples in terms of an analogy itself. For example, a mother has a breast cancer, but she does not know. But she keeps getting more and more of her symptoms. But she didn't get AI screening, so she doesn't know. But at the end of the day, she gets a breast cancer, and it has already been worsened. So this does not increase the economic itself, but also increase the higher chance of her does not cure the cancer. Does not cure the cancer itself. When she does the AI screening test, she will know how to overcome or maybe to manage so that her cancer does not go overboard itself. And also for the opposition leader, she says that when we do AI screening, it will turn into overcrowded hospital. But when we think about it, it is better late than never, as I mentioned by the Deputy Prime Minister. So when the hospital has become overcrowded, now it is better than be overcrowded later, but filled with a patient that has a critical illness that has a minor or in some unfortunate case cannot be saved. So it is better now to they identify what could they do, or they could possibly take action to prevent it. And for the second speaker of the opposition, they say that we should focus more on improve our hospital equipment and so on, better than AI screening. Okay, for us, I guess when we do that, when we ignoring the subsidizing predictive medical screening itself, it will cause, as I mentioned earlier, will attract many virus that we ourselves does not identify. It is better to take action now. Again, I would say it is better to take action now than never. For example, another analogy: if we riding a car and we want to go to somewhere first, do we just take the car? We just go, or we have to do a pre-checkup, like maybe the gas tank or the condition of the tire itself, or look at the location of the map itself. Of course, we want to do a pre-checkup for our location. So what? So it can us produce a more strategized destination rather than just go blind itself. Imagine have the possibility to cure a disease, but you neglect it. Why? Because you focus more on the improving your building and healthcare itself. We as a government wants to reduce the citizen future financial burden also. We do offer cancer center, diabetes center, but if we predict the disease early, like I mentioned again earlier, we can prevent the cancer, or maybe diagnosis center to be overcrowded now than maybe be crowded by the hospital itself. So again, like I mentioned earlier, we stand with our motion and we support 100% of our motion that says in the developing countries, we would prioritize heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening take over significant expanding primary care service itself. That's all from us. Okay. And for another add up, it's not like we're ignoring the rural area, but we are subsidizing it to thank you.
Berapa minit ni? 5 minit. Thank you to the government whip. The speaker spoke for 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Finally, I invite the opposition whip to conclude the opposition case. The floor is yours.
Test 1, 2, 3, clear. Thank you, Ms. Speaker, to the honourable educators and also the diligent timekeeper. To my worthy opponents and my trusty comrades, it is a pleasure to be here. Ms. Speaker, the government wants developing countries to buy the most advanced warning system imaginable. But what if the value of predicting illness when millions of people cannot even see a doctor, get a basic medicine or simple vaccination. This debate is not whether technology is good. It is about priorities. And in developing countries, healthcare access must come before healthcare prediction. Basic healthcare is the most basic human right in a nation. Today's clash, Miss Speaker, today's clash
I'm
is
sorry,
simple.
permission to
The
interrupt.
government believe the future of healthcare technology lies in smarter technology. We believe the survival of healthcare lies in stronger foundation because prediction screening only works when there are there is an already functioning primary care system capable of responding to those predictions. Okay, moving forward, our bench has proved three core why primary care must come first. The first point is about saving life more immediately. Government model focus on identifying future risk prevention. Our model focuses on treating present suffering. Primary care directly vaccinates children, which is a prevention also from fatal disease, and then treats infection before they became a fatal disease. How about handles pregnancy? Pregnancy is also a serious, not disease, but healthcare. And then, what about prevent
Permission to interrupt.
malnutrition? Malnutrition.
Excuse me.
No, thank you. It is too early. And so, detection alone does not save life. We must treat it as. And then we do. And then the second part is my deputy said about primary healthcare service is more sustainable for developing nation. And it also mentioned from the government side about sustainable. So the main clash right now is sustainable, but the technology is it truly sustainable? Maybe in the long term, but the short term, the present, the urgency. No, thank you. It's too early. The urgency of this motion, we need to treat the fatal disease. So we do not need advanced healthcare. They need a healthcare system they can maintain realistically. Primary care is cheap, scalable, and adaptable even in rural areas. But predictive technologies requires expensive infrastructure, trained specialists, and a stable internet system. Government gives country a high-tech system that mainly cannot sustain the technology. Okay, moving forward.
Okay, may I continue?
Moving forward, that they said about the Prime Minister said about cancer prevention. Cancer prevention. But what my opposition has said that prevention is also in vaccination or early medical checkup. Primary care also include medical checkup. So we don't. It is not that we oppose the modern technology, but in developing countries, we should prioritize the basic medical checkup for the fatal disease. But and then when the developing nation has become more stable, then I think we should invest in that technology. But for developing countries, it is not sustainable. It is not a priority. We must know what is the first priority for developing nation: healthcare, basic healthcare. And then they said about the financial burden for cancer. If it's too late, it is about chemotherapy. But like I said, if it is free to do, it's not. Sometimes we have subsidy for doing a medical checkup. When you have an early medical checkup, then it solves it also is a prevention for the cancer. And then for the final, India in the government world, government spends heavily predicting illness for population that still lack healthcare. Can you imagine that? A world where technology is advanced, but the most basic healthcare isn't available, isn't a priority. So, like, if yes, we are not talking we are not, but imagine if in a rural, not just in a rural area, but a family, first question, can they actually afford the advanced technology checkup? No, they must do the basic, and if the basic cannot, if the basic checkup can, then they should go. But for the most basic, they should do the primary care checkup. In our world, meanwhile, in our world, the government first ensure that people can actually receive treatment, medicine, vaccination, and healthcare. Their model predicts the problem, our model solves them. And because healthcare is in developing countries, should prioritize saving the greatest suitable way. The opposition proudly say that we should prioritize expanding primary care service in developing countries rather than prioritizing predictive medical screening technology. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you to the opposition whip. The speaker spoke for 7 minutes and 80 seconds. Now, both the government and opposition are being given 1 minute to prepare their reply speech.
Stress. Nampak.
Semua dah bercakap ah.
Dah. I call upon a speaker from the opposition side to deliver their reply speech. Here.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. So, as the government, I would like to conclude our points and to answer a few questions from the opposition. So, seems like the opposition is digressing and off topic. Since as a government, we already simplify and specify the topic, which is first, we do not buy the AI screening technology yet, but we are trying to oppose that we would like to subsidizing the AI technology screening, and we didn't mention opposition dulu. Tak, sebab ada orang komen.
Yes, supposedly for the reply speech should go the opposition first. Was.
Now, both the government and opposition are given 1 minute to prepare their reply speech.
Saya kena cakap semula.
Start again, DYDP.
I call upon the speaker from the opposition side to deliver their reply speech. Here. Saya cakap opposition.
Good, just good adjudicators. In this debate, the government has clearly won because we proved that primary care is mostly crucial matter to be taken care for developing countries. Government keep on mentioning prevention is better than cure, while primary care services is actually more important. Um, and also, um, government has said, why do we care about people from rural areas? The main stakeholder is citizens itself. We just does not care about the majority and minority, but whole of humankind because they deserve equal access healthcare and welfare improvement, especially like in our friendly country, Malaysia. And it is entirely about prediction. But what if the patient, him or herself, does not want to take action about the disease that had been facing by themselves? Okay. um, Furthermore, predictive system only tell you the possibility of the disease, but after the prediction, patients still need the treatment, still need the hospital, medicine, doctors, and also follow-up care. So if your if your healthcare system is weak from the start, predictions actually change nothing. Knowing you might get the cancer early at the early stage does not save you if the chemotherapy is unavailable. Knowing that you are at the risk of diabetes does not help if you can avoid to get the you cannot afford the insulin itself. Then government ignores practically this actually costs a lot for the citizens. And I need to mention again that um, uh, the primary care is actually give immediate services, give immediate action, take immediate action to prevent the citizen to get the worst disease. And it also affordable for them to get. Furthermore, predictive systems only help in a long distance. It can help in the current situation that have been facing by the patient itself. So, Ms. Speaker, our side is stronger because we focus on both short and long-term sustainability and real solution, while the government side only focus on the future impact without mirroring the reality realistically. So, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, to conclude, let's welcome the speaker from the government side to give their reply speech. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you to the opposition opinion. I do respect your opinion, but let me enhance and enlighten you because I do think and seems like the opposition part is misleading and not focusing more on the motion, which is as a government we already specify and focusing on the why we subsidizing the AI screening over than the primary service. Because first, we do not buy the AI screening technology yet. We oppose and we suggest and we want to prioritize this AI screening test because we would like to prevent any possibility of the cancer of the illness because we would like to prevent the illness before it getting worse. So the second one, we as a government already state that we want to prevent a curable disease that might be cured if diagnosed earlier. So you state that you can have another healthcare service like chemotherapy, but we would like to prevent it earlier. So if we detect the cancer at the stage 1, we don't have to go through the chemotherapy session and the curable risk is higher. So next, as the opposition keep on mentioning about the rural area, as a government, we do take that opinion as a matter because that is the current and still our main problem. But as a government, as we state, we would like to prevent the curable disease like cancer. So if we detect or diagnose the cancer or the illness earlier, we can work on it and it can become a curable disease because the motion is now talking about why we would heavily wanted to prioritize and subsidizing the predictive medical AI screening test. We are not saying that we would like to neglect or any kind of medical service that we would like to refuse. No, we as a development country, we would like to prioritize and heavily subsidizing this one because the predictive medical screening refer to the technology such as genetic testing, biomarker, and family history screening. So if you know what kind of disease or what kind of virus that your family carry, you can detect and prevent it earlier. That is why we as a government, we would like to prevent it. Okay, as a government, we already offer cancer center, dialysis center, which means all of these disease is will cause you a long-term financial burden. So as you mentioned about the rural area, okay, that is the main problem right now. But we would like to settle a problem which is the overcrowded cancer patient in Malaysia. We would like to prevent the disease that we would like to focus on the matter that we can solve, which is the primary care service that you would like the government to focus, refer to basic healthcare service such as immunization, checkup, referrals, and so on. All of those service are already there. But as we mentioned, the prevention part is not yet proposed. So as a government, we want to focus on the long-term effect. I know that the opposition did not see the long-term effect on this medical issue because we as the government can see the long-term effect on this case. So we do understand why the opposition think like that. But I firmly stand with this motion, which is I am 100% agree that we need to heavily subsidizing the predictive medical screening technology over the significant expanding primary care services. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for the speech. Now, we would like to give the adjudicator 5 minutes to prepare the feedbacks. Debaters, you may go to the toilet and drink waters, but you have to come back for the feedback session and verdict release. Yeah.
Thank you from the government side. That is all for this third round debate session. Now we would like to give the adjudicator 5 minutes to discuss on the verdict. Debaters, you may go to toilet and drink waters, but you have to come back for the feedback session and verdict release.
Dah berapa minit?
5-2-6. Boleh 5-2-6. 5-2-6.
FPVU.
Tak, semua. Ya, aku kena kalahkan dia orang ni.
Kenapa?
Dia kalah. Aku belum ni.
Kena kalahkan siapa?
Review. Dia kalah clash ni bagi aku lah. Aku takut kan dia cakap aku pula tak adil. Awas.
Ni opposition
Apa? Aku position now.
nak bagi position menang. So
Dia kalah.
tadi dia cakap apa?
Kan? Aku tak senang. Ayo, takutnya dia orang pula nak macam marah ni.
Daripada tadi lagi dia orang kalah.
Takut tak hati. Sini. Tak tahu. Okay, kau nak sedap. Dia macam ni tau. Dia orang menang clash long term tu. Tapi short term tu dia orang kalah. Sebab at the end of the day, macam dia cakap tak. Dia orang predictive. Tapi bukan preventive. At the end of the day, kita still lagi kena apa yang government apa yang Bahasa cakap lah, kita still lagi kena macam hebatkan lagi primary care kita, sebab at the end of the day kita kena prevent apa yang dah kita kesan. Pasal dia orang tak charitable tu, tak tahu dia macam mana ada and then faham tak?
Dia orang tak ada
kalah clash tu.
Dia orang tak ada yang kuat punya tu.
Betul-betul.
Ada tak apa yang kuat yang kau tangkap tak tahu? Aku tak tulis apa-apa ni, sebab aku macam tak cash apa-apa, sebab semua benda hama je.
Tahu
tak. Dia juga boleh sama je.
Dia cakap benda sama je.
Kan? Tak apalah. Teruskan lah.
Dah boleh dah ni?
Dah Alamak, kenapa educator kat sini? Now, I would like to invite the adjudicator to give feedbacks and verdict. Please welcome.
Okay, hello everyone. I don't know if you can hear. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Okay. So, firstly, I will structure my OA in the way that first I will tell you what the general gist of the debate I get, what is the general vibes that this debate gives, and then secondly, I will tell you my verdict, and then thirdly, I will tell you the clashes and which side wins each clashes, and then fourthly, I will tell you about the role fulfillment in today's debate. Who fulfills their roles better? Okay, and then the last two things I will tell you it trickles down from my verdict lah. Okay, firstly, for this motion, right, it says that in developing countries, this house will prioritize heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies over significantly expanding primary care services. So the thing is, what the role of the government that they should be doing is that they have to prove why is this trade-off actually something that we want. Like why do we want to trade off? Why is in these developing countries that it's actually crucial for developing countries to trade off not expanding their primary care services in order to subsidize to focus on heavily subsidizing predictive medical screening technologies, right? And then on the side of opposition, you have to prove why this trade-off is not worth it in the first place, and why when you trade off the primary care services is actually something that is not beneficial and something that is very disadvantageous for especially for developing countries. That is the role fulfillment that you have to do. That is the burden on those both two sides. Okay, you have to debate on the basis of trade-off, which I think that both sides are doing actually quite good, because both of you are actually explaining why the trade-off is actually happening, right? Why should we trade this off over this? Why do we want this over that? Okay. In terms of clashes, what are the biggest clashes that I see in this debate is that whether we want the long-term benefit or the short-term benefits. And in the long-term benefits, I give the cash to the government, because at the end of the day, the long-term effect of this predictive medical screening technologies is actually something that we want. We want to have all these cancers. They have showed that there's a percentage of cancer that could have been prevented, and then things like genetical diseases like diabetes, something that can be prevented if we had this predictive medical screening technologies, right? So that is something that we want in today's debate. But whether it is worth trading off expanding primary care services, which is should we sacrifice status quo status quo, or not maintaining status quo, and then not at all like develop the status quo, is something that is worth the trade-off. Okay, in terms of short-term effect, um, I give the verdict to the opposition in terms of the short-term effect, and that is why I give the verdict to the opposition, because this is what they have proven to me. Firstly, in terms of short-term effect, okay. First, I feel like the opposition have clearly told me that, apa tu? The opposition have clearly told me that prevention alone is not cure. At the end of the day, when you prevention alone is predicting alone is not cure. So when you can predict all the cancerous cells, you can predict all the diabetes that can have come, all the genetical, all the viruses that could have come, right? But the thing is, you cannot. At the end of the day, we still need primary care services to be developed enough in order to cure that already existing diseases. And then the opposition also presented to me a more diverse set of stakeholders, even though a lot of it was a touch and go, like older citizens, people from rural areas, and people who cannot afford, people, because this is a developing country. So these are the stakeholders that actually exist in that kind of countries, right, in developing countries. So older citizens who cannot go like to who cannot understand predictive medical screening technologies, who cannot go to or people who don't have the resources to go to these names big names hospital that have this predictive medical screening, right? And then what the government didn't do is that I think that they could have easily won this debate had they have explained more in their mechanism, in their solution, which if they had said that if we heavily subsidize predictive medical screening technologies, then it could be all over the world right now, right? It could be all over our state, it could be all over the developing countries, right? So had they like explained more to this flaw, that what does it looks like when we heavily subsidize predictive medical screening technologies, that their point of view could have been easily bought better. And I have to like judge this debate and whatever said here as like an average voter, which is a layman, which is somebody like an average voter, macam orang biasa, tak pandai sangat, tak bodoh sangat, tengah-tengah je. So I judge it based on like which side is instinctively which POV is like instinctively, or like as an average voter, which side is easier to understand. So in this case, I think the LO punya harm that they have presented in this debate today is something that I can understand, because even the government can actually can even the government in themselves can acknowledge that at the end of the day there is still the shortage of like healthcare in developing countries, so they cannot deny that. And then when they frame it as like they want to tackle the issue of like cancer patients in Malaysia, I actually rejected this framing, and then I think I actually rejected this framing. No, the opposition already rejected this framing, saying that this is something that this debate should be happening in developing countries. So actually, that is something that I also credit the opposition side. So that is why I give the win to the opposition. But it mm, it will be a close margin, and then the best speaker still I give to the prime minister, because she did fulfill her role the best. Okay. Ah. Are there any questions that I can answer here?
So the final result.
So the final result will be I give the win to the opposition. So the motion today is rejected. Okay, because I feel like weighing down the long term and the short term effect here, I think that the short term effect is something that is more urgent in this debate. So had the government stressed on the more okay, had the government presented a more urgent case, or something that is like a more urgent case, to like emphasis that why this trade-off is actually very very detrimental, then I could have credit them that, but they didn't. Okay. Do you have any other questions for me?
for the government side, what can you advise us to improving our text itself? Thank you.
Okay. In terms of debating and then in terms of method, I think you guys actually passed. But in terms of methods, I think you guys passed. But in terms of method and manner, it's a little off. Okay, because first your method is good. I think it's good by itself. But I could not catch like okay. I see lah matter tu dia macam trickles down from the manner, because you have to be more, if you been more charitable to the opposition, like you admit bite the bullet. Okay, the thing is you have to bite the bullet. Macam betul lah, at the end of the day betul lah primary care ni something yang kita perlu. Jadi you kena cakap okay betul lah primary care ni something yang kita perlu. And then benda-benda harms yang presented by the opposition, you kena bukan terima semua, tapi terima, and then you harus cakap okay betul benda ni wujud ni fakta. Kita tak ada macam kita tak ada healthcare kita ada healthcare problem dekat developing countries. Banyak orang ada rural areas, ada older citizens yang cannot, macam orang tua-tua yang duduk atas bukit tu mana boleh turun bukit ke atau pergi dekat hospital ke apa kan. And then orang yang kat rural areas tu kadang-kadang macam Panadol pun tak ada, kadang-kadang beli Panadol je, tak ada benda-benda yang macam specific flu medicine ke apa kan, macam benda-benda macam tu. Jadi you have to bite the bullet and say yes betul, tapi you kena cerita kenapa your mechanism actually solve the issue better than them, and kenapa you cakap status quo ni actually stagnant. Sekarang ni apa yang opposition buat lah, dia orang macam maintain status quo je sebenarnya tahu. Dia cakap okay expanding primary care services. Jadi sekarang pun dekat Malaysia, dekat developing countries, bukan tu fokus dia orang juga sebenarnya. Dia orang nak expand primary care services, right? Nak tingkatkan ketercapaian primary care services dekat rural areas dan sebagainya kan. Dekat rakyat-rakyat dia orang. Jadi you cakap lah kalau betul lah dia nak macam kekalkan status quo. Faham tak? Jadi kenapa sekarang ni masih lagi ada problem tu? Jadi apa sebenarnya yang opposition nak buat sebenarnya? Tapi opposition kat sini bagusnya dia cakap okay kalau kita expand lagi primary care services ni, what can happen? Jadi when you say, jadi bila you cakap macam benda tu tak bagus, you kena cakap kenapa dia tak bagus dan kenapa you better. Jadi you have to to certain degree you have to be charitable. Jadi dia cakap macam ni tau. Okay, let's be charitable here. Okay, we do admit that there is like a shortage of primary care services in developing countries. But why we say that we have to take this drastic measure is because we believe that memang every single developing countries pun memang nak expand primary care services. That is their main reason. But jadi benda tu stagnant. Jadi kenapa lah having something predictive medical screening ni better? So you cakap macam ni. Okay, contohlah kalau you paint me a better picture on how does predictive medical screening technologies work, right? Contohlah you cakap kat I kan, okay predictive screening screening technologies ni it looks like this. Contohnya kan orang kat kampung tu lahir-lahir je dia orang kan mestilah dia orang bawa pergi bercucuk dekat klinik kesihatan kan. Kat klinik kesihatan tu dah ada predictive medical screening technologies. Jadi contohlah dia orang macam pergi cucuk anak dia orang, and then kita screen dia orang, oh dia ada genetik yang menunjukkan dia orang ni more prone to diabetes, dia more prone to cancer, dia more prone to like Alzheimer apa semua. Kita kan bagi dia orang preventive. Okay, makan dia tak boleh makan ni, tak boleh makan tu, tak boleh buat ni, kena buat guys apa semua. Jadi bila dia balik, even though dia balik dekat dalam hutan dia orang tu, duduk dalam semak dia orang tu pun, dia orang takkan sakit dah sebab dia orang dah tahu prevention dia macam mana. So this is why you have to paint it better picture macam mana, mengapa dia benda prevention tu actually better. Jadi for me in this debate, kalau opposition cakap kat I pun prevention alone is not cure, I bought that because they did a better job explaining it to me one by one. Faham tak? Cerita kat you have to cerita kat I how does it look like. Okay, macam tu. Okay ke?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So if there is no other questions, then we can adjourn this session.
Thank you. On behalf of the House, I thank Mrs. Numardiha for her assistance, and I congratulate all the debaters on their performance. Honorable members of the House, may I kindly ask all participants and the adjudicator to switch on your cameras for a moment, as I would like to take a screenshot. Okay. Are you guys ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Sekejap ya semua. Saya tutup. Okay. That's all from me. Thank you and Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, good everyone. Good luck for the next round.
Okay, good round.
Kerajaan tadi siapa? FPBU.
Best speaker ni
Umi. Margin tu. Oh ya ke? Nanti bagi tahu margin
Alright.
Okay.
Bagi tahu pejabat terbaik beserta kumpulan diorang
Margin tak isi lah. Oh my god, FPBU
Ni dia orang dah dua kalah. Ni super tak puas hati betul ni.
Nak tulis kat mana weh?
The best speaker in this debate session.
Kita nak tulis kat mana weh? Okay, lepas tu nak tulis nama speaker je. Kau nak bagi tahu sekali dengan dia punya yang tadi tu. Yang macam ni. Tapi tak dapat margin lagi.
Kamu dia kata apa tadi?
Dia dia tak isi lagi borang. Boleh tak tolong pergi tanya. Tolong tanya dia margin.
Ya.
Macam mana ya aku ni?
Sebab tadi kongsi dekat dalam group tu pendapat terbaik tu tak ada yang penting.
Kita orang send ni
Katanya Adam fakulti apa? Contoh
Adam fakulti apa
Itu yang sebelum tu. Yang ini tu istilah.
Oh, Adam tu FST.
Macam nak edit dekat group mana?
Itu kedua tadi lama dah.
Oh, dia tak ya.
Tak payah biar je. Yang ni
Oh god my, I'm so sorry.
Itu yang dia cakap dalam group tu. Dia cakap bahasa Inggeris dalam bagi pendapat terbaik bersama fakulti. Itu yang dia reminder tu.
Dia memang semua tak isi.
Dia semua tak isi.
Tak boleh edit dia weh. Sorry.
Tak payah edit.
Tak payah. Tadi rasanya
dia orang dah tahu lah kan.
Dia edit tu.
Cepat aiskrimnya.
Macam air dah dia kata.
Ke sana. Tunggu bang settle lagi yang ke sana.
Macam nak tutup muka sendiri Aku yang tak bersedia.
Kenapa?
Saya tutup mata.
Astaghfirullahaladzim.
Boleh kalau tak stiker kat muka sendiri? Tak boleh
All the debaters on their performance. Debaters
Takut lah. Tak ya? Tak nak tutup muka guna stiker tak boleh
Kalau kau nak beli tak apa.
I would like
Oh, lupa.
before all of you leave this meeting, I would like all of you open your camera to have a photograph.
Makan dulu, saya nak solat langsung.
Sabarlah. Bukan dia satu. Asal kongsi lah.
Saya tak tahu.
Acap nak. Acap. Tahu? Sabarlah saya nak.
Thank you to all debaters and good luck for the next round. Thank you guys.
Semua.
Dia aja.
Kau yang tadi kau. Bagilah soalan satu betul gambar.
Oh, dah nampak.
Nah guys, kenapa tak ada margin? Tak nak dah. Kosongkan Sarah kejap lah.
Tak menyabur. Tak dandan.
Siapa yang tak dandan ni? Apa yang tak?
Jangan.
Aku sama je.
Macam tu buka ni. Serius tak?
Lepas
Boleh buka ni?
itulah
Ni lah
function.
function dia tu kan?
Inilah function dia. Berapa lama dah hidup?
Aku
Berapa kali ni?
pakai tangan je.
Cepatlah. Cepatlah menambah.
Apa? Minggu lain belum sidang lagi. Ya Allah. Respect doh. Respect doh. Allah, ini. Siap sidang harap. Semua respect.
Okay. Sorry. Dah siap ke? Dah siap tak? Juri. Tak indah.
Respect.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good evening to honorable judges, esteemed opposition team, and dear audience and fellow debaters. My name is Amina, and I stand before you as the Prime Minister of government team for today's debate, alongside with my teammate, the Deputy Prime Minister, and also the government whip. Our stance as the proposition is that this motion is believing that this house is regrets that normalization of oversharing on social media as our stance. So before we begin, let me define the motion keyword by keyword. So oversharing. Oversharing is the act of disclosing sensitive or personal matter, and it often creating uncomfortable situation or leaving one side vulnerable to manipulation. Meanwhile, the word of normalization is the process of making something or some act as standard or common, regular or typical, and often bring it back to a normal state. So as our stance, the government believe that the normalization of oversharing overrides the psychological boundary between ourselves and the audience, commodifies human vulnerability, and creates permanent digital footprint that harm individual, personal, and professional futures. So the government do not propose a ban of speech, but rather our stand advocates to denormalization of this culture through moving away from the algorithm or a standard that disproportionately reward dangerous disclosure, and also do an educational shift to privacy first digital footprint. So the government, our side believe that the normalization of oversharing has resulted in a negative impact of individual mental well-being and also their life and right to a private identity. So, as the Prime Minister, I will present my main argument, and my Deputy Prime Minister will extend our case with additional argument and respond opposition rebuttal. And finally, our government will summarize and reinforce our case while dismantling the opposition argument. So let me begin with my first main argument. The government defines the normalization of oversharing as the social immune personal details is not. Okay, so our main contention today focus on the psychological and risky to our personal self. When we're normalizing oversharing, we destroy the internal sanctuary, which is the private space, the safe place for individual to process emotion and develop identity independently. So this is it's no longer determined by the experience itself, but by the reaction it gathers online. So if you suffer a loss and immediately share it to the social media to receive some dopamine encouragement, you are actually outsourcing your emotional processing to an algorithm. So this prevents individual from developing internal resilience. So, in statistical, oversharing often evolve with tagging specific location and sharing routine. As example, some individual went for a breakfast in some sort of cafe and exposed their location online. They actually broadcasting and give the pathway or the keys to reach them to the criminal out there because with their predictable location. So criminals no longer need a case or to investigate individual to target them. They simply need to follow a public profile. So why is this become a normalization? Because why this need to become normalization? Because the harm is dangerous, while the benefit of oversharing is a fleeting dopamine hit from social engagement. So the impact of this trend is the total loss of the right to be safe, because when crime occurs because of oversharing, the psychological trauma is double and the victim suffers from the crime itself. So by regretting this normalization, we can advocate for a return to selective privacy. We argue that a world where individuals are not pressured to broadcast their family and their every move is important. Madam Speaker, we are not arguing against social media itself, but against the dangerous cultural standard that equal sharing with existing, but we have trade our locks and keys for views and share, and the cost is fundamental security. What to propose? So good night, good night to the respected adjudicator, Mr. Honorable members of the House and worthy opponents. So Uh, I would like to share the definition of oversharing from our work is openly expressing personal thought, emotion, or experience on social media beyond traditional social boundaries. And also, I would like to mention that PM forget to mention the burden and also the stakeholders. So, our stance for this motion is we believe that the normalization of oversharing on social media has created emotional support system, awareness about hidden struggles, safe spaces for vulnerable individuals, and authentic human connection in an increasingly isolated society. We believe the current state of oversharing on social media does not entirely bring harm. In today's society, many people are lonely, currently facing mental health, and mental health discussion are stigmatized. Family communication is quite weak, and physical communities are disappearing. So, social media has become the alternative space where people finally feel heard. And also, this issue is actually global. Oversharing happens across a lot of social media, such as TikTok, Instagram, X, and also Threads. It affects teenagers, university students, working adults, and also victims of abuse. Thus, this debate is not merely about posting too much. It is about whether society should regret the emergence of digital vulnerability and emotional openness. Okay, so I would like to rebut what has been said by PM before about evolve with uh, if the consumer that evolve with tagging location that that leads to risks of safety. Government have said that oversharing risks personal safety because strangers may misuse information. But this is not unique to everyone, and actually that is individual individual option who choose to share the information that actually doesn't have to be shared. People can the consumer itself can control the information that can be leaked or not. So this can be blamed to the side of overshare into the social media. Okay. The existence of the risk does not mean the entire culture should be regret. So this is depends on the individual itself. Okay. So for my my argument, this house should not regret the normalization of oversharing on social media because it creates emotional accessibility and breaks harmful stigma. This is because oversharing normalizes vulnerability, making difficult conversation socially acceptable. Because before social media evolved, people rarely discuss about mental health such as depression. People rarely discuss about abusive household, uh, and it always remain hidden. Body image struggles were silenced. Emotional pain was often mocked, and people will always look down into these kind of things. And oversharing changed that kind of assumption. When individuals publicly discuss related to these issues, there will be therapies related to therapy, related to toxic relationship, financial struggle, and so on. So other people will realize that, oh, I am not alone. So this creates emotional accessibilities because we need to know not everyone can afford therapy. Not everyone has supportive parents. Not everyone has healthy relationships. For many people, online community can become the first place that they can receive validation and also understanding. Um, for example, some survivors share their experiences, so they encourage others to seek help. Some students discussing the burnout phase, so they can normalize the mental health awareness. Some content creators openly discussing failure, reduce unrealistic perfection culture online. Without these conversations, social media becomes fake, performative, and emotionally disconnected. The government side wants less oversharing, but what replaces it? A society where everyone pretends to be fine. So I would like to mention here, oversharing actually change a lot of people's perspective, especially for those who are struggling, for those who feels alone. Therefore, we oppose regulating the normal. Sorry. Therefore, we oppose regulating the normalization of oversharing because it empowers emotional honesty and reduce harmful stigma in modern society. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Greetings, good evening to honorable judges and fellow debaters. As the Deputy Prime Minister, I strongly support the motion that this House regards the normalization of oversharing on social media. First and foremost, I would like to briefly rebut the points presented by the Leader of Opposition. The first, the opposition claimed that when oversharing, it can reduce mental health. However, we strongly disagree because nowadays there's therapies, counselor, hotline with free services, and that help you seek that you can seek for help. While despite oversharing your life or struggles on social media, which can create risk, can create risk for your social life that can lead to other bad things such as blackmail, robbery, and exploitation. That's all. Continue to my point. My first point is the normalization of oversharing serves a gold mine for blackmail and extortion, leaving individuals vulnerable to lifelong manipulation. This is important because when oversharing is normalized, individuals are socially pressured to reveal intimate details about their life, mistakes, and past that would otherwise stay private. This creates a permanent digital trail. In an era of cancel culture and digital permanence, this information becomes leverage. Blackmailers no longer need to hack you. They simply have to scroll through your public history to find sensitive information that can be used to threaten your career, your family, or your reputation. By normalizing this behavior, society has effectively removed the shield of privacy that protects people from being controlled by their past. For example, consider a young professional who, following the trend of oversharing, posted intimate details about a past struggle with substance abuse or controversial private opinion years ago. Because oversharing is the norm. They didn't think twice at the time. However, years later, an anonymous bad actor or disgruntled colleague can use those archive posts to blackmail them, threatening to send the overshare content to their current employer or spouse unless their demands are met. Therefore, this clearly shows that we regret this normalization because it has created a society of glass houses where everyone is one screenshot away from being blackmailed, destroyed, or silenced. These aren't just internet stories. These are real life destroyed. When we normalize oversharing, we are creating an open society. We are creating a catalog for criminals. We are giving every blackmailer, every bitter expander, and every corporate rival the ammunition they need to destroy us. Moving to my second point. Normalizing oversharing breaks down the wall between who we really are and the character we play for the internet. To grow up healthy, everyone needs a private sanctuary, a space where they can make mistakes, feel sad, or just be messy without the whole world watching. When oversharing becomes the norm, we stop living for ourselves and start living for the lens. Every dinner, every cry, and every private question. How will this look on a story? This leads to a fragmented sense of self, where you only feel valuable if strangers like what you are doing. As a result, think about the crying selfie or vlogging a funeral. Instead of simply grieving or feeling a raw emotion, the person feels pressured to grab their phone, find the right lighting, and record it for their followers. The moment they hit record, the genuine emotion becomes a performance. The person is no longer just a human being experiencing life. They have turned their own trauma into product to be consumed by others. Hence, we believe that we regret this normalization because it turns our most personal human moments into public entertainment, leaving us with no private life to call our own. We also regret because it has turned our private memories into a public firing squad. In conclusion, we support today's motion because it have more benefit than what the opposition has proven. The opposition have failed to prove why this motion brings more harm than benefit, while our side has successfully shown the negative impacts that can happen to our daily life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. As Deputy Leader of Opposition, I will rebut the government case and reinforce why the normalization of of oversharing on social media has created greater emotional support, authenticity, and social awareness in today's society. First, I will discuss or rebut about both points or stand by the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, which is state that oversharing harms mental health. Government will say oversharing leads to judgment, cyberbullying, or emotional vulnerability. The problem they are pointing to is not oversharing itself, but toxic online behavior. People get harmed because society lacks digital empathy, not because individuals choose to speak. If we follow government logic, the solution is to silence victims, not fix harassment. That is backwards.
You don't solve harm by removing voices, you solve it by fixing the environment. Our side is clearly more efficient because even if some negativity exists, the benefit is that people finally get support earlier instead of suffering alone in silence. Second, they put
POI.
about privacy. It can harm the
POI.
privacy itself. Government says once you overshare, it can be taken back about the privacy. This argument confuse risk, the word of risk with harm. People already understand that posting online has consequences. That doesn't make expression wrong, it makes it responsible. Everyone is responsible for what they do in their life, for what they post in their uh, social media, and so on. Also, normalization doesn't mean forcing people to share everything. It just removes stigma, so those who need to speak can do so without shame. The cost of occasional regret is far lower than the cost of systemic silence where people never speak up at all. The Prime Minister also mentioned about uh, the oversharing can break down the character of someone itself. That word sounds clean, but it's unrealistic because most people don't
UI.
have safe private space or strong emotional networks. Public expression becomes the only outlet for many, especially youth. Removing that doesn't make problems disappear, it just hides them better. Hidden problems don't vanish, they worsen. So that's why our stand more promoting about people who are hidden always because they're afraid, feel scared, and others. So we speak up for them. These oversharing things became a weapon for them to voice their problem, to voice their maybe to express themselves and so on. Oversharing helps raise awareness about important issues. Personal sharing on social media often brings visibility to issues that mainstream media may ignore. When people overly share experience involving abuse, discrimination, illness, social injustice, it increases public awareness, social accountability, and, and discussion among audience. For example, about Palestinian issue, an icon from Malaysia named Haroks became an important figure for the volunteers mission, and people always waiting updated news from him. And because he frequently updated info, data, and other things with the audience, and always answer people question all times, which is not many people which is not many people are brave to be not which is not many people will be brave. And also, this iconic figure offers a legitimate sources and facts which maybe not sources can offer. That's why people like him. Oversharing also can drive meaningful social awareness and change. Oversharing promotes authenticity over unrealistic perfection. Rather than before this, as we know, from the opening of social media, from the early of social media, people always expose about fake perfection, like editing their body, themselves, and otherwise unrealistic lifestyle, pretend to be rich, heavily filter identities to make them look perfect and beautiful. But with oversharing allows people to present their own real struggles, failures, and vulnerabilities. As we know, hot topic is about mental disease and also and like as my leader of opposition also mentioned about creating emotional accessibility. Yes, because when there are people that oversharing about the mental health disease such as anxiety itself. Anxiety is a disease that hard to recognize unless you are uh, get treatment from the doctors. So when someone that specialize in mental health field creating a page that oversharing about how the symptom and how to relieve it, so people who doesn't realize the symptom before can become more aware with their own condition, with their own mental health condition. They also, for example, such as Khairul Amin and so on, sharing about his journey from early till now. This debate is not about whether risk exists, but whether openness and emotional expression greater societal value overall. A society that allows people to speak openly about their struggles is healthier than one that forces people to suffering in silence. That's all for me. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. I disagree with arguments made by the opposition side, and hence I strongly stand with my team that oversharing should not be normalized. And I believe my prime minister did mention that she mentioned about safety, which is the rise of self-risk. What I am trying to prove here is my prime minister's points. She explains about the loss of privacy becomes the new default. When oversharing becomes normal, people stop valuing boundaries. Personal life is no longer private by choice, but almost expected. But it is near to expected contents. This creates a society where privacy feels suspicious, as if we were hiding something, even though we were only protecting our peace. And I also stand firm with my second speaker that she mentioned about creates gold mine for blackmail and extortion, leaving individuals vulnerable. I would like to share that oversharing creates a permanent digital records. Just like my prime minister mentioned, that it will always leave a digital footprint. When people post private conversations at their status or their story updates on Instagram, maybe their relationship issues, their emotional breakdowns, or even personal photos or videos, that information is never truly gone. Even if it is deleted by the one who posted them itself, it can be screenshotted, even saved, maybe reposted and shared by other people. This creates a permanent archive of personal vulnerability. And I noticed that the LO from the opposition teams did mention about oversharing created emotional support system. I strongly oppose to that point. Oversharing gives bullies more material to attack their victims, to attack their insecurities, their personal problems, their appearance, their relationships, or even their emotional breakdowns. And I also take notes on LO speech just now. She also mentioned that it depends on individual. Yes, it is. But they were unintentional if if they were about to unintentionally overshare their life routines, their updates, it will provide content that can be mocked and used to get back on them. The more personal information, available online, the easier for the bullies to get on the victims, and it will be more easier of it to become cyberbullies and target the victims. I also hear that the speech from the LO just now, I believe she failed to differentiate between awareness and oversharing, because she mentioned about Palestine. Now let me tell you what is the difference between awareness and oversharing. Awareness, the goal is to educate people, inform the public, encourage meaningful action, and spread useful information. It is true that your example of Khairul Amin is the best example I can say, but you fail to acknowledge the difference between awareness and oversharing. While oversharing, the goal often becomes seeking attention, gaining validation, emotional exposure, and even increasing engagement. It focuses more on the individual and the personal life. If we talk about boundaries, about oversharing, um, if we were about to share to other people about maybe about Palestine, um, it should be awareness, where we share necessary and relevant information, maintains privacy and respect, and even and also has clear limits. For example, posting facts about climate change or sharing a mental health hotline. I also noticed that just now the LO did mention oh no, I'm sorry. LO mentioned about real life relationships. When everything is yet online, some relationship becomes performative. Experiences are for posting rather than for living in the moment. We don't act like we don't enjoying what we are doing. Instead, we update our life routine to attract viewers. This will help. This is reduce our emotional intimacy. Intimacy gets replaced by online approval, audience approval, and makes us less enjoy our life. Last but not least, I strongly agree with my team that we should not that this house regrets the normalization of oversharing on social media. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, to our honorable educators, to my worthy opponents, and also my trusty comrades. It is a pleasure to be here tonight. The government wants a world where people speak less, hide more, and constantly fear judgment before expressing themselves online. We reject that. We reject that world because sometimes what they call oversharing is actually honesty, awareness, support, and human connection. Today's debate is not whether some posts can be uncomfortable or harmful. Of course, they can. But the main clash of this debate should actually be does normalizing oversharing creates a more benefit or creates a more harmful society or a more open and emotionally connected one. As opposition, we prove that the normalization gives people give people the emotional accessibility and breaks the harmful stigma, and also help raise awareness about important issue, and also oversharing promotes authenticity over unrealistic perfection. Moving forward, uh, moving forward, the Prime Minister said about the risk of safety, like taking the restaurant or a place you go, and the DLO elaborated more. It can lead to blackmail and also and harmful. The Deputy Prime Minister elaborated more. It can lead to blackmail or exploitation. But what if we were to reverse it? What if we can use oversharing as a security factor? For example, if there's a case or a missing person, the police can track where and who the person goes with. That is how the police track the victim of Kelantan. I believe that the girl has been stabbed 61 times by looking at their social media. They overshare. And then
No, I.
government also said about something like fake relatability. Said about fake relatability, like funeral. When a funeral, you are recording it. I believe something like that. So even if some cases are exaggerated, that doesn't invalid the thousand of genuine ones. The thousand of genuine ones that actually wants advice. For example, they just lost someone, they just lost their dad,
Yo,
or they
I.
just a child just lost their parents. They don't know what to do. They can first, it is a platform to relieve their grief if they don't have anyone to share. And then people can give them advice, because not because sometimes we don't we sometimes people are more related to us uh, in a hidden meaning. And then the government said that awareness is not relevant to this motion. But I would like to repeat what my leader of opposition challenged the definition of the government, that oversharing is openly expressing personal thought. So your thought is about awareness. For example, maybe other than Palestine, we could say about mental health. So when there are thoughts, so when for example you say about, oh, I've been abused, or it is a personal thought. At the same time, if it is true, it raises awareness. But if it is wrong, then people can openly critique. At the same time, it opens your mind to a new perspective. And now, moving forward to my bench has stated today, the first points about create emotionally accessibility and breaks harmful stigma. People who looks silently, or stress, or depression, family pressure, or abuse. Over Oversharing normalize saying I'm not okay. Maybe oversharing is actually a call for help in public spaces where someone might actually maybe see it and respond to it. For the example that has been given by my leader of organization about student that has burned out about an exam. One comment leads them to friends or counselor, or even just emotional realize. Sometimes we want to relieve, we want to say we are human, and human have mouth, and we must express our emotion. So I would like to, yes, there are some fake relatability that has mentioned by the government, but what about the genuine ones? So if we weigh in the advantage and disadvantage, the occasion, fake and the genuine ones, which one is more important? Okay. At the end of this debate, The government prefer fear discomfort, but we chose empathy over silence, openness over stigma, and human connection over artificial perfection. For those reasons, this house should not regret the normalization of oversharing on social media. Thank you.
Good adjudicators and Miss Chairs, in this debate, the opposition has clearly won because we proved that why oversharing become a weapon that unites all to voices for themselves and bring more light in the reality. Government tells us oversharing is dangerous because people reveal too much information online. But our side showed that in today's world, many people have nowhere else to express themselves. We talk about students struggling with burnout, victims of abusement, individuals battling anxiety and depression, and people who feel emotionally isolated. For these individuals, social media becomes a support system, a safe space, and sometimes the first place where they feel heard. Government sees only too much information, but from our side, we see healing, validation, and also human connection. Their work forces people to suppress emotions because vulnerability considered as embarrassing. But our works allows people to say that I am struggling, and most importantly, you are not alone. Even if some people misuse oversharing, those harms are individual, manageable, and preventable through awareness and digital literacy. But the emotional benefits affect millions globally. The government protects privacy at the cost of emotional silence. We protect emotional well-being and human connection in society um, without suffer any without suffering any community or individual. This debate is not about whether harms exist. Every form of communication carries risks. The real question is, do the benefits of emotional openness outweigh those risks? And clearly, they do. Government harms are speculative and selective. Maybe privacy is affected, maybe strategies misuse confirmation, but our benefits are more tangible and widespread because we reduce the stigma, we give the emotional support, we give the awareness, we give the solidarity, and we normalize conversation about important issues where most of the people can't do it without the oversharing. Okay, so their side their sites creates a society where people suffer quietly, but our sites create a society where people feel safe enough to speak. And related and we promote authenticity over unrealistic perfection, which actually influence a lot of people and give motivation to a lot of people out there to get inspired by the sharing. So, um, Miss Chair, and in our world where so many people already feel unheard, that difference matters greatly. So, Miss Chair, our side is stronger because we focus on impact that will be given to the audience in the social media and destroys the stigma of oversharing, bring negative perspective, while the government only offers unrelevant statement for this motion. So that's all from me. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as we close this debate, the government still stands firm in our position that this House regrets the normalization of oversharing on social media. First, I must address that the opposition claimed that I failed to provide a burden of proof, but I explicitly state in my opening, and also they ignore our POI for 5 separate times and also keep giving irrelevant example. So, to reaffirm our core points, the government talk about argument that given for me myself, the Prime Minister and also the Deputy Prime Minister, um, saying that the normalization of oversharing on social media will create self-harm and high risk of behavior because we have shown that the pressure to overshare drives individual toward increasingly dangerous disclosure to maintain the relevance itself, so leading it to the complicated physical and psychological harm. So the points given um, by my deputy prime minister about the blackmail, we affirm and believe that with oversharing on social media creates a pathway or even a lottery win for criminal or even some an inconsiderate parties to use that for their own benefit by broadcasting the private details of information and using the handover of the personal information for needing that for extortion or stalking or burglary and robbery. So lastly, we also mentioned about the wall of identity. Finally, we highlight that the tragic wall built between the two world, who we truly are and who we are trying to be in the social media, uh, because the normalization forced the party to be a performative existence that override the authentic self, so trading it genuine human connection for a hollow digital facet. So Madam Speaker, because the opposition has ignored our burden and failed to account for this life altering risk, the government, we believe that this case remains the only one grounded to protect of the individual. The government is proud to propose. Thank you.
Oh wait, I'm very sorry. Before you go, is it possible that I can get the names and the speaker positions of everyone from both sides, now and off? I joined the meeting a bit late, so I didn't get those. I'm really sorry about this. I went to the wrong room. I was in the link tree, and I was waiting there. I was like, oh, it's been so long. Why has no one added? Why has no one joined in? And then I asked in the group, and it's like, oh, it's a different thing. So that's why I was late at the beginning. So yeah, if possible, can you please like share the names and the speaker positions? Maybe just copy paste what you sent before. Can I know where the name and speaker positions are going to be sent? Because I don't have them at the moment. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, I just wanted to ask, I wanted the names and the speaker positions. Prompts. Opposition government. Okay, thank you. Let's go. Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Bye.